Yes, I saw the Trump-Zelensky meeting today. That's very fun. Um, Hi. Oh, stop it, y'all. I am in. So I really think, I don't know, maybe next year or we'll see what happens, but I think I might have like seasonal depression because the way that I have been the last 2 days, because the last 2 days have been the first days that like it's actually been kind of nice here. Tarnation. Oh no! We have a Master Chief down. Tarnation. Queer Molly, I bought a classic Doctor Who Commander deck. Some of those Doctor Who decks are pretty good. I have literally no attachment to Doctor Who, so it's always weird when people play like Doctor. I'm just like, yep, that's a Day of the Doctor, sure. That's it's like here's a bug demon thing. It's like, okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, seasonal depression. Because I've been in a massive depressive rut the last week and a half, and like the last month, honestly, and it's really affected my work. And like the last 2 days, yesterday I went for my first. No, I don't have a new haircut. Yesterday I went for my first run of the season where, like, if y'all remember last year, I used to go on runs with my dog for, like, there's like a 3-mile little loop that I'll do runs with. And yeah, you can use me as a reference, Dominic, of course. It is like I've had such a turnaround in the last day or two of just my like attitude and outlook, and it is like yesterday and today have been, it's that perfect like kind of fall going into spring weather, and I love it. I love it so much, and I am incredibly happy about it. Yeah. So I've been, and then I'm also very happy. I was gonna originally have to maybe do this, and I don't have to do it, so don't worry about it. But I was originally gonna have to probably do this as like a fundraising stream for a. Basically, I would have had to have gone and rescued my girlfriend from a really bad situation in Arizona, but that is all shaken out, and it looks like it's all gonna be okay, and I will see my girlfriend again on Monday or Tuesday after she's been in the South for 4 months. Yeah, I'm so excited. And so like that is also, and I got like 3 hours on the Brianna Wu doc. That's my next big. I know everybody can hear Lady just slurping. Yes, you. Just comes out wagging her tail. You're such a goofball. Yeah, no, it's been a pretty good day. Unfortunately, I think those depression days have kind of cut into my productivity. Oh, you were fine. Oh, hey, Roger the Green Robot. Believe this is the first time catching a live on Twitch. Glad to have you here. Yeah, I'm at that point where I think it's starting to all be downhill, but the fucking thing with Brianna Wu is that every time I look into one thing, I find 10 more things that she has lied about, that she, didn't get a degree in, that she has connections to people who gave her game positive reviews, that she leveraged all those connections to either silence people or give her, like, it's nuts. It is a deep, deep rabbit hole. Kara Lamson, what did Amouranth do? Oh my god. A lot. Amouranth has done a lot. Yeah, fractally is a great way to put it, Lane. Like, she is just... Hello, dog. Dog, do you want to come up on stream? Psst. No, that's not your plushie. That's not your plush. Lady. She's moving my cursor around. No. No. I want to show that on stream, but you have to... Okay, no, this is not for you. This is not for you. I have special plans. I do want to thank a very special viewer. We talked about this in chat a little while ago. Who got me... They found this at Goodwill, and it still had the, like, $1.99 Goodwill tag on it. Lady said, oh, give to me. Give to me. I will kill. I will kill. No, this is not for you. This is not for Pupper. This is not for Pupper. This is not for Pupper. She said, okay. This is for those who don't know, this is a Johnny the Walrus plush. And if you don't remember, Johnny the Walrus was Matt Walsh's, one of his first big, like, transphobia moves, where it's a story, it's a children's story, it's a transphobic children's story. And Daily Wire, you can see, here's the Daily Wire logo right here. Daily Wire made these plushes for children. This is a transphobic children's indoctrination toy, and that's why it has he/him/Walrux. And somebody found this at a Goodwill and reached out to me about it and got it, and I am so excited, because what I think I'm probably gonna do, if I can get it to bend correctly, because I really, no, this is not for you. I am not. Gosh, she's getting it. I think she thinks I'm teasing her with the toy. This is not for you. This is not yours. It says, but it's plushie toy. Look at it. No, you. Oh, hey. Ow, 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 ow. Hey. Okay, you are full of beans right now. Come on. Yeah, there you go. Goodness. This is not for you. It's not for you. Actions. Okay. Lady drag TT away. You can, yeah, you can pet the dog. It is. So this, oh, and my cat was snuggling me right before I got up, and so like her hair is sticking to my face. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna crucify it. Is what I'm really thinking. Because I think I can kind of, you know, defluff it a little bit, get it straightened up a little bit more, but it is already in a perfect position for that. And I think that would go really well, like maybe right back there. What do we think? Do we think the transphobes would react to a crucified transphobic walrus well? I think they would. And I was thinking, okay, well, what would I do then with the Matt Walsh baby plush? And the thing about the Matt Walsh baby plush that I was looking at, because I still want one, but I discovered I don't just want one. 1 is not enough. I want 3, and I'm going to tell you why. Nelson JD, thank you very much for resubscribing for 9 months. Remember what we call for Nazis and a friend hanging out at the same table as 5 Nazis? Yeah. Important to keep in mind. I apologize for lady. So if we go, the Matt Walsh baby plush is in the perfect position to be human centipeded together with another Matt Walsh baby plush. Or 2. Which is why I need... all right, so I think Strange Aeons is the one, is the YouTuber. I think they have a long Furby. I need the baby Matt Walsh human centipede. That's what I need. That would make it yeah, no, exactly, you got it, like one of the long Furbies. You got it. I guess I could make a long walrus. I have, speaking of Furby, okay, who remembers, I do want to show y'all something really quick, because I forgot to do that a little while ago when I had a toy moment. While we're still waiting for a couple people, because it's gonna be a dark day. It's gonna be a dark day for news today, so I want to have a little bit of levity before we really get into it. I want to show off a toy real quick on the subject of Furby, because somebody brought up Furby. But before I show it, I want to ask, does anybody remember, is this is one for the 90s, early 2000s kids. Do you remember Poochie? Who remembers Poochie? Drax's Storm Scale, yep. The robot dog, you got it, yeah. Now, I was thinking okay, surely Poochie has to be a collector's item by now. This is not the case. In fact, I found, I was just, out of curiosity, I was like, it'd be really cool to have one on the back shelf, just a Poochie. Just because I remember I had those things. And I went looking on eBay and I found a lot of 2 still new in box. They aren't the Poochie, but they are Dino Chi, the robotic dinosaur pet. And it was so it's this one, and there's the pterodactyl one, and I got them for $18 together as a lot, and I was shocked because the box was fucking huge. I'm gonna go turn the light off real quick. I think Lady wants Lady needs some darkness. And the thing I really love about this is it is a, oh my goodness, this dog looks like a Zoid. It is peak early 2000s future tech aesthetic with the translucent blue accents on the matte silver and the visor for the dino. I had these, so I actually had one of these as a kid, and I think I got it at a Value Village or something. My mom got it for me somewhere. It wasn't new. And so I don't remember, and it doesn't come with, so another cool thing, neither of these came with batteries, so there's no chance that they're corroded or anything. So I'm very chill about this. I'm very normal about my my Dino Chi. I'll take him out and put him in the background at some point, but I also, as a toy person, there's something about like a toy after what year is this? 2001. There's something about a toy still being in its like box and original packaging after 24 years that, like, I don't know. No, a lot of people had the dog because the dog was like the first wave. It was like one of Hasbro's answers to Furby, because Furby came out around the same time as like Tamagotchi, and fucking, you know, like all the other Neopets were another one that had the little tiny things. And then there were those. My friends who had like rich grandparents got them one of those big ass, the white and black dinosaurs. Like it was the dinosaur robot, like Robo Sapien or something. I don't remember. Whatever. Robo Raptors, that's what it was. I think. It was a big motherfucker, right? I mean, I remember it was big when I was a kid. I don't it could have been tiny. Fake Tamagotchi. You should have the dino eating the walrus. That's a little tiny walrus, though. Yeah, anyway, I wanted to show that off real quick while we were waiting for people to Roboraptor would speak. And from what I remember, they don't do much. I didn't have pets growing up, and so, like, you know, it was not a earnest replacement for a pet. Obviously. Would you shush, please? Could you shush? I love you. Can you shush? Thank you. Goodness. She just wants my attention. Yeah, so it wasn't like an earnest replacement, like, here, kid, this is instead of a dog, but it was, you know, it was something. I think my mom realized that, like, oh no, this is not actually like, obviously this is just like a toy. But it's super cute. It's going to be in the background at some point. Dustin the Dam, thank you for 17 or 11 months in a row, 17 total. Oh my god, this dog. Yeah, I know. I've seen Robo Sapien and Roboraptors. I feel like I see them every couple of years, and I'm like, is that they still okay? I guess they're still making those. And kids like robot toys, so. Okay, I'm gonna try to let her out, and if she doesn't chill, I'm gonna make I'm gonna turn you into a hat. You hear me? Hello. You are not getting. Hey, okay, you are so wild. What the hell, dog? Hey, no. Do you get into like coffee or something? What the fudge? Hey, do not. Okay, no, you gotta go back in timeout. You're like nipping at me. Hey, are you gonna chill? You better chill. Stay. You be good. Be good. I don't even think I have toys for you anymore. No, I gave you all your toys. You have your toys, go find them. Goodness gracious, this little animal. She has so many zoomies. Oh. Okay. How is everybody feeling right now? Oof, Angry Goose coming in hot with the heat. How repairable do you think the country is? It's only been a couple of months. Seems like our international reputation is destroyed and medical research badly stunted. The Democrats are in shambles, and even if they were competent, I don't know how much can be fixed. So the Democrat Party establishment needs to be rooted out entirely. It needs to undergo the same decade-plus transformation that the Republicans have gone through with Trump. And there are a lot of people who are like, okay, well, you know, the Republicans have always been this. They've always been xenophobic. They've always been jingoistic. They've always been religiously affiliated, all that shit. Like, that's all true. But to look at the progression of acceptable, the Overton window, and the politics that are acceptable for them to apply from some time like John McCain through to now, you know, I think that is like Democrat priority number one, and that is going to be a part of that is going to have to be like by necessity getting involved and getting more people who are farther to the left, so much farther to the left, actually involved in electoral politics. Not just electoral politics, city politics, community organization, outreach planning, all that stuff. I had somebody, I don't want to cast, how do I say this? Somebody reached out to me that somebody was talking to me in another content creator server, and I have no reason to think this content creator had anything to do with it. It was just somebody who other people were even like, this doesn't really make sense. So if it gets back to, I'm not like, if it gets back to this person or this person's server, like, I am not sitting here trying to be like, oh, you know, start shit with them. No. Somebody called me a tanky, and when asked for proof, because a lot of other people were like, oh no, I like Dead Domain stuff, can you give me proof? When asked for proof, their proof was that I had shit talked Biden, that I had said Biden wasn't a great candidate, that God, what was it? It was something else. That I advocated for strong protesting instead of electorally trying to reform everything. I like one of the screenshots they shared from Twitter as evidence that I was a tanky was me saying that like all of our labor rights, women's rights, civil rights were through protests that occasionally got violent. Like I was not saying we need to go out and riot. I was stating a fact. And so like there are so many people even to the left that constantly want to say like, oh no, you're going too far. And I think that was just another reminder for me where it was like, you think I'm extreme. You think I'm being an extremist, that I am being like a weather underground radical because I am saying factually all of these things that are true that you can look at and verify. Yeah, and I'm like whatever. Hello, are you gonna be good? Yes, okay. She's come back for pets. And so it just became like I've kind of been thinking about that in the back of my head all day as I've been working, where I'm obviously not a tanky, but there is this undercurrent of, and it's both like to the more center liberal and to the far left. There are these undercurrents of people who just want to call other people names because they think they're either trying to do too much or they're not doing enough. You know, I had, I think I talked about it on here where I was talking about, hey, no, do not nip at my shirt. Lady, I will give you pets. I will give you loves. I will give you loves. She just like wants to nip at this shirt for some reason. What was I even saying? Distracted me, dog. Doggy. Oh, right, no. Somebody who they were shit-talking Robert Evans. on, I just, you know, like, because I see all variations of leftists and left-leaning people. And it was some account with like 300 followers just shit-talking Robert Evans because Robert runs a podcast network that, you know, has a bunch of different podcasts that are all about these, like, vaguely... Okay, no, I'm not doing this. You can't just jump up on me and keep jumping. You have to calm down. Stay. Be good. Chill. I'm sorry. Everybody's just gonna have to deal with Lady until she calms down. Viva la Resistance. Thank you for $2 Taco Face Fart. Gay Ghost Prince, thank you for 4 months in a row. Hope it's not a bad time, but I'm wishing everyone well, unless you're a Chad. Everybody appreciates the well wishes. And it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, you might think that, like, oh, it's this petty bourgeois, like it's this like liberal education. I didn't even really get what they were going after, because I'm like, here's somebody from the left that is putting in the work to have all of these different podcasts that are incredibly in-depth. Are you serious? Master Chief just fell off the desk. Like research pieces all the way through. And also, mind you, Robert Evans like had his fucking hand broken by a Proud Boy because he was literally recording from a front line and one of them assaulted him. Like, and I'm just like, I have a really hard time being like, okay, well, what the fuck are you doing with your 300 follower account just bitching about shit? And that's the thing is, I think there's just so many people who would rather, it's I hate to say it again, but the fucking thing with Contra, where it's like they don't want power, they want to endlessly critique power. Okay, Master Chief, chill, like, chill, just sit, stay. Yeah, like he's also like he's covered Warzone. I've covered wars, you know. It's very silly. So I think somebody asking like, is the country fixable? I think the first thing that we need to fix is the fucking left before we can tackle the right. And honestly, I think the right wing is going to eat themselves more and more as this, especially this administration, progresses. Yeah. Me. But there's nothing inherently about like America's global standing that I think is too scuffed to not be repaired by just having a different president. Like don't get me wrong, Trump is doing terrible, irreparable, well, not irreparable, but terrible damage to the like modern conception of America. But I feel like everybody understands that that's Trump. That's not the rest of America. Like the amount of people that I am constantly seeing like, fuck, Americans, I am so sorry for you. Yeah, the Zelensky thing is fucking unconscionable, honestly. Shouting match. Yeah, let's see if we can the real reason Trump berated Zelensky, it's because he's on fucking somebody's payroll. Ooh, girl. Ooh. Kaylin has a new video. Let's go. Oh, look. Already typing it in. Yep. Full video. Yeah. Let's watch the Amouranth thing first, because for those who don't know, all right, give me 1 sec. I don't know what the fuck is up with this dog. Oh my god. So I wanna talk about Amouranth's crash out first. Because, God, when did it start? It started a day or two ago where people... Oh no, it was the Asmon thing. She was fucking, she was just doing the Asmon thing. Let me see if I can fucking find it, really quick. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay. God, was that a week ago already? Fuck. Who is Amouranth before going full Nazi-esque? So here's the thing. Amouranth has never been a streamer that I've engaged with, that I've watched, that I've followed to any degree. So I'm not like somebody who's like, oh, I know all the drama, because I don't. But she is a streamer
exactly
who...
why they're saying what they're saying.
Give the crazy...
She's a streamer who, essentially, because she does porn too, right? Like, she is maybe one of the best examples you can find out there of a streamer selling out in every aspect of marketing and selling and shilling every part of her personality. Successfully doing it too, which is horrifying. She is like, again, my impression from just these couple looks at her, she is a fucking terrible person. Like, she is a terrible person. And yeah, I made a I made a tweet. And none of it has to do with her, you know, doing sex work or anything. Was she the hot tub streamer that said her husband forced her to do hot tub streams on Twitch? I believe so. I can't say with 100% authority. I believe so. But this was the clip where she essentially advocates for, and she tried to couch it in some bullshit and backpedal and be like, oh no, it's not like this. Bullshit. What she is saying here, in agreement with Asmon, what she is saying here is that she thinks queer people should burn to death. When I heard this, I was like, no, there's no way. Like it's, I'm sure like people are kind of taking it out of context. No, it's fucking undeniable. It is. I'll let you all see it for yourself if y'all haven't seen it yet.
All of California is already land of fruits and nuts. Yeah, we can give them California. I'm fine with that. They can live in LA. It's fine.
It has been 1 month since Southern California exploded in a fierce fire
They can have
toward
that.
the Palisades and
Yeah, that's horrifying.
Well, no, she didn't. Missing the one part, the worst part. Here we go.
They can live in LA. It's fine.
It has been 1 month since Southern California exploded in a fierce fire
They can have
toward
that.
the Palisades and beyond. Just a few hours later, on the other side of LA County,
fine with me.
another deadly fire breaks out, the Eaton Fire. It raced across Altadena and Pasadena. The two fires charred more than 37,000
Right there.
acres.
They can all live.
destroyed
That sounds
over
like a lovely
16,000
community.
structures and cost 29 people their lives.
And yeah, just a massive S. What the fuck? Like, first off,
give her a second,
I know
give her a second.
if you are a professional kick streamer or you've signed a kick streaming contract, after a while, like, you're eventually just going to do something shitty or abhorrent. That seems to be kind of like a rule of the internet these days. Kick streamers, if you didn't know, Kick is the cryptocurrency gambling website, marketing streaming site, effectively run by Stake and Stake.com's empire of cryptocurrency gambling. It was started because there was a massive crackdown by Twitch on cryptocurrency gambling.
Let me see.
Bikinis, they were attacked by XQC train wrecks. They were all calling them, you know, whores and sluts and all this kind of shit. But then they would do that. Video games is because of the woke and all that kind of stuff. Now to be like, you know, how did she put it? The fruits and vegetables can go here. This is where they belong. Like, I don't know. It's horrifying and sad to see.
Too bad it didn't cause the right people their lives.
So, I want to see if he goes back real quick.
And you could 9 times out of
So what she said there, because he kind of cut it off. She was commentating on what the newscaster said, where it cost 25 people their lives, and she said, "Too bad it didn't cost the right people their lives." That is one of the biggest streamers, certainly one of the biggest streamers on Kick, saying the right people to die in the LA fires would have been queer people. And there's no two ways around that. Like, when you actually hear that, you can't really make an argument that's not what she's saying. Right people. Right people means queer people to her. Oh no, she is so fucking audacious. She is doubled, triple, quadrupled down. Let me see if I can find it. First I want to show this clip.
A lot of bad shit happened in the Holocaust. And I don't think the Jewish people in general deserved that kind of torture. But at the same time, the act of getting people out of your country, if you don't think they...
So, I can see the chat is already ahead of me a little bit. With the idea that you don't really say but. You don't really say, well, you know, like, you don't really say at the same time. Well, let's consider the other side of the Holocaust. What are you fucking talking about? Oh my God.
Be there as a leader, I agree with. Like, if they're illegal or whatever. Like, I don't know, like...
Yeah, she doesn't sound like she's... Some people are talking about how she, like, sounds. Again, y'all know me, I don't like speculating on if somebody is drunk or whatever, but she doesn't... I think she has the... Like, she just has the Asmongold brain, where she's just not intelligent. And I think that is represented through her, you know, lack of fluidity. Or whatever.
But at the same time, the act of getting people out of your country, if you don't think they should be there as a leader, I agree with. Like, if they're illegal or whatever. Like, I don't know, like, there was a line, they kind of crossed it, but for a while there, you know, it was... The idea when people are like, this is like the Nazis. Like, I mean, sure, the first part, but what do you think? You think that just because we're getting people out of the country means that we're going to torture them? I would say being in the country is the kind of torture. These people don't look happy here. They kind of seem like they're already tortured. A lot of stuff.
There's both.
That's fucking wild. I haven't finished the rest of that. That is, I mean, that's literally like 100% white supremacist rhetoric. They're like, Like, that is literally the type of shit. It's like, oh, get her out of our country. You'd be happy. Or like, oh, yeah, we just need to send all the black people back to Africa. Like, what the... Psycho Salad 665, thank you for $4.99. It's been a while since I've come to your stream. Hope all is well. It is going. It is going. How do these people have a following? These two people, the dumbest bitches on the planet, are also two of the biggest streamers. Let me see. When people expectedly called her out, I want to show what she said, what she's responded with. And it's a lot. I popped into this, you may have noticed. It's a lot. But I think it really shows what a, like, hollow person she is. Like, there is something to this that is so, like, it's enraging. Because what she essentially says throughout here is that, like, I'm rich, I don't have to care about anything. I'm super successful, I have a lot of money, fuck literally everybody else. That's basically what she goes through. But there is something so fucking sad to this that I think you'll see as I go through. Y'all keep referencing sides and saying the word grift like you're playing a video game, which is not. I don't. Grifting? And how on the character select screen it is utterly frictionless to pick a different face. Y'all are the real two-faced fucks. Total brain rot. Keep self-reporting. I just call it like I see it. I don't have an agenda or some master plan to appeal to another demographic. I've made so much fucking money that the incremental dollar doesn't make me compromise in the way you might. So what she's saying, by the way, is that she's made so much money by being a reactionary and a conservative that she doesn't need to be a progressive for money. I think is what she's trying to say. It's like, I could just tell the truth. I don't need to believe in, like, gender ideology. I wonder if she uses the word gender ideology. No, she's not a good writer, if you haven't found. Like the not capitalizing stuff. Anyone that thinks that switching political allegiances is some kind of profitable endeavor is just projecting. It is. Maybe for a political streamer, cough, grifter, the economics make sense. So, literally one sentence, she's saying, if you think being political is profitable, you're projecting. And then she says, unless you're a streamer talking politics, and that makes you a grifter, but I'm not a grifter. She didn't really think this through. For my segment of the market, it's not financially rewarding to speak your mind. Then why are you doing it? Literally, people make jokes about how they watch my stream on mute. You thinking I'm doing this for money says more about you than it does me. Does it? I am certainly not against any group or affiliation. Oh, you're not. When we just watched a video of you saying that migrants don't look happy in this country and they should be deported forcibly. When we just watched video of you saying that the wrong people died in the LA fires, talking about queer people. But okay. To a fault, I have never been able to see beyond what is right in front of me. And what I saw was a person threatening violence indiscriminately in a town hall setting. That's not what it was. They were talking about being able to defend their own community. To their own community, no less, and many others acting in a manner unbecoming. And you thought that made this okay. Do you think everyone at the town hall deserved to be violently threatened? The context that my detractors with your head in the sand misses the following quote from the clip I shared. Quote, if you say you're afraid of Trump and that's why, then you better prepare for trans people to make it a very unsafe place. Okay. That's literally talking about, like, are you against people defending themselves now? Is that what you're advocating for? Why does this threat target? Why does this threat target No, why? God, who does this threat target? I read that twice and didn't read it correctly. Not Trump, who they profess to hate. Not his supporters, who they would consider birds of a feather. No, they don't make violent threats against those. They didn't make a violent threat. Instead, they explicitly threaten the people who, under duress, might accede to a position that they are against. Ooh, use the thesaurus or that one. Those are the people they go after. Innocent bystanders just trying to avoid the crossfire at all costs. They singled out specifically the fellow citizens in their own community. Isn't that the definition of domestic terrorism? Regular folks, blah, blah, blah. She goes on. Target non-combatants. What the fuck is she? She's just going on about war and there's some lines you don't cross. What the fuck? Did Kojima write this? Some of you actually believe you can justify what was said by a wannabe domestic terrorist. And I just want to end by saying I'm the happiest, most fulfilled I have ever been in my life. And I see through the bullshit. You cry grifter and try to tar and feather me, but I was merely, albeit not adroitly, I have never had the gift of being good with words. Yeah, no shit. Trying to convey the illusion. Maybe people, yeah. I've made so much money, we can tell. Where is... I want to watch that full video. Alright. So let's watch the full video. Fucking...
The city to be a safe space for trans people. You better prepare for trans people to make this a very... If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space. If you say...
That's literally just talking about protesting. I thought it was talking about self-defense. It's literally just talking about protesting. It's also not talking about targeting anybody. What the fuck are you talking about? Demole, thank you for super chatting. $10. This is just part of the new trend of apolitical streamers farming a right-wing audience. It's no surprise Farnachar Amouranth wants it in on the Nazi pie. Oh, was that fucking her? God, that's fucking disgusting. No, I don't think it's necessarily like them farming a right-wing audience. I think with somebody like Amouranth, like you don't go through that level of talking about like flaunting your wealth, talking about how you're happier than you've ever been, how much money you fucking have, how much money you've made. You don't go through that if you're like a normal person. Like I think there is something about her that is just like deeply corrupted. And I wouldn't be surprised if she's voted Trump like 2 or 3 times now. Oh my God. Holy shit, Juliana. Thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you for 10. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh God. Nutter butter actually sounds good. Nutter butter. I haven't had a nutter butter in... When's the last time I had a nutter butter? Interesting. Thank you so much, Juliana, coming in clutch. Nutter butter and coffee probably goes pretty hard. So, yeah. Amouranth, not a great person. If you can believe such a thing, right? Perfect Blue, thank you so much for following. That's my favorite movie. I mean, like, you can talk about being rich. Like, if you're rich, like, I don't care. But it strikes me as very odd to be like, I have so much money. Obviously, I'm happier than all of these people who hate me. And it's like, that's a very weird, that's just a weird justification. Whatever happened to Indie Fox, I do not know. There have been so many controversies because I engage with and I support some like cosplayers and models and sex workers. Like, obviously, if you follow my Twitter, like, you know this. But there are so few people that I actually like or trust in that community, because it is a community that has grown and allowed backstabbing and abuse to thrive. Momokun, however you pronounce it, is a good example. Fucking, not Swimsuit Succubus, but the person she was partnered with, or was it Susu? I don't remember. There was a whole pedophile controversy there. And it just, like, Belle Delphine is another one. And it just, like, it is these people who have no shame, who have, you know, natural gifts, or in some cases, surgical gifts. Bunny Ayumi, yes, fuck, that's who it is. Gamma Churchill, you knew what I was talking about. Who will just literally do or say anything to get a spotlight, and the people consuming that content do not care. All right, I'm gonna see if Lady will calm down this time. All right. Can't believe Momokun has a platform. Yeah, no, she's still, like, every now and then. I saw, it was like a couple months ago, I thought she had been banned on Twitter like years ago, but fucking Momokun made a fucking post talking shit about, what was she talking shit about? She was talking shit about, like talking shit about people who make porn with their partners, like calling them whores and stuff. And it's like, girl, you, what? I don't remember Jade Loon. It was years ago, but there was something with Swimsuit Succubus and Bunny Ayumi. Bunny Ayumi was doing something with, I don't fucking, again, years ago, didn't care. I'm on the outside of this. But it's just like there's so many people who are willing to cater to any demographic, and the people who consume that content do not care about the, like, morality behind it. Like, they do not care about people being exploited, people being hurt, people being abused behind the scenes. And unfortunately, is making porn without your partner more acceptable? I think it's, I don't quite remember what it was. I hope I'm not misremembering it, but it was a very weird hang up that mostly came into my sphere because people were dunking on her. But yeah, it's a fucking nightmare, and the only erotic model I can recommend is Autumn Ivy, basically.
What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work.
God, I fucking hate him. Dundee Man, thank you for following. Genuinely curious how Belle is a piece of shit. Mostly because she has continually made pedo bait. That's a big part of it. She cosplayed a Shadman, underage Shadman character. Cosplayed. She continues to do the pedo bait thing, like, explicitly. Like, kind of, yeah, Belle Delphine kind of isn't a great fucking person. Like, and it's not a, I know there are going to be some people out there who are like, well, you know what, small people can't have sex too. It's not just that. She does the whole, ugh, it's fucking gross. Like, just because she is, like, short, just because she is very thin and has, like, that like very small compact frame, you do not need to do fucking, like, pigtails and the like blush and the fucking braces and shit. Like, she leans into it. She leans into it in such a fucking disgusting way, and I hate it. And like, it has created, I truly think that people like Belle Delphine and their popularity, like massive popularity, has created like people who have pedophilic inclinations as they've grown up. Like teenagers who are consuming that kind of content, who are looking at stuff where they're like, okay, this looks almost like somebody around my age. And they are still attracted to that, growing into adulthood, growing well past that. Yeah, I think it's been, and nobody fucking talks about it. And it's fucking disgusting. Yeah. Fen Nikagami, thank you for 40 bits. This isn't surprising to me as I would have liked it to be. Amouranth did an interview with the quartering. Goddamn. Literally right before he did the interview with Roseanne months ago, Jeremy was amongst a group of assholes saying she was scamming her audience for hiding that she was married to, like her husband forced her to. After the video, the husband threatened her dog on camera. She was pro AI in that interview, even though AI had been making women's lives hell online. Yeah. Like, again, I think she is so wealthy, like, she doesn't care. She can make so much porn. She is so well known that she can, you know, fucking, like, just sell pictures of her tits on OnlyFans. Who cares if somebody's making AI porn of her because she won't be affected? I don't know why Shadman still has a following. Let me tell you, people like Belle Delphine don't help. It legitimizes fucking freaks and psychopaths like that. I think he got out of jail. I don't fucking know. I do not keep up with the Shadman fucking lore. He should be in jail. That's hot take. My hot take. He should be in
That
jail.
way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world. And I want
Somebody asking in chat, what the fuck is a Shadman? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Watch the video with me. Don't worry about it. Don't look it up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Trust me. You shouldn't have told me, but you did. Now I'm telling you, you don't want to know.
to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, you know, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough, but you never.
This is fucking embarrassing. So I've only seen short clips of this. It is hard not to feel bad for Zelensky, whose entire country, possible peace, depends on how this meeting goes. And this dipshit holding the key to a civilian population not being bombed, to the unfortunate possibility that Russia may just take over fucking Ukraine with this asshole on their side. And he has to sit there and be quiet while he fucking yammers on about how tough he can be. Fuck off. This fucking... Yeah, no, like, I think somebody says keeping his cool remarkably well. I have a new, like, I've never disliked Zelensky, really. I have a new level of fucking respect for the restraint that I've seen so far him show.
going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president.
No, go back. The pan over on that is fucking crazy. Like it felt like that was like a comedy beat. Like him like basically reaching into the frame of the camera. I would like to actually answer that question. I'm here too actually. You remember me, JD Vance? See my name tag? White House name tag? JD Vance. I'm the vice president. Not just fuck you, Elon. I would like to answer that question. Fucking Elon Musk. I'm still here. JD Vance, vice president. JD Vance. Don't forget about me.
Who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions.
What the fuck is he even talking about? What?
Makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied it, our...
Ooh, I can already... I can feel the fucking heat. Like Zelensky coming and being like, can I ask you? And JD Vance being like, oh, who, me? A boy? He's like, okay. Like I heard him like linguistically like fucking crack his knuckles, crack his neck, like, oh, okay. Listen here, you giant bearded Bob's Big Boy motherfucker. Fucking Cabbage Patch eyeliner wearing dickhead.
Big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2015.
2014.
Yeah. So he killed.
God, that's fucking... That's dark. That is dark. That is embarrassing. That is... That's fucking... Like that actually gives me chills. Like the idea that people's actual lives, a war hangs in the balance, and this motherfucker is like, oh well, you know, I thought it was like he was fucking talking about the weather that day. Fuck, man.
It's not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What?
That shit fucking that hits hard. Like, what kind of diplomacy, JD, you're speaking about? Like, that's fucking. Like, he's laying out all of this shit that Putin has done directly, flagrantly, in the face of agreements that they've signed, acts of war crimes. The ICC, years ago, pretty sure it was years ago, put out a warrant for Putin's arrest for war crimes. And he's out here being like, what diplomacy are you fucking talking about, JD? Because I haven't fucking seen it. No, he is. He is explaining it like he was talking to an actual child. Like he was talking to an actual child.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with
I'm talking about the diplomacy that's going to end the Okay, let's.
respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing
What a double-speaking little bitch. He asked you a question from something you asserted, and you're trying to turn it back like, well, I think it's actually very unfair of you to try and do this in front of the American media. Fuck, man.
Scripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've.
He's. I kind of like this guy. I've never really seen him engage much or interact much. Going up against these two knuckle-dragging chuckle fucks, he's got the juice. He's got the juice.
Actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America?
Wow. What a dick. He is literally trying to, after Zelensky just fucking dog-walked him, he is getting all prissy and he's trying to assert his alpha male macho dominance. Like raising his voice and trying to be like, well, actually, you should be thanking us. Okay, continue.
America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
What the? No, he's literally saying that whatever way this pans out, America will eventually feel it. He's referring to Russia, you fucking idiot.
Not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position.
No, again, they are literally. This is just from. All right, dog. Stop. I'm not doing this with you. I'm working. You got to stop. I know, honey. Goodness.
Happens to be right about
From the
it.
very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position. You don't have
in
the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
But right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you
You're
think
gambling
about?
with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III. And what you're doing is very
God damn. This is just bullying. They are just literally like saying anything. Nobody's talking about World War III. And in fact, your buddy, who you continue to fucking praise, is the one on the other end of this, doing all this shit. Doing all of these fucking war crimes. Meanwhile, we're trying to withdraw from NATO, withdraw from the WHO, withdraw from every organization, international aid organization, and you're fucking saying, like, you're playing with World War III. Fuck you. You're playing with World War III. You're throwing it around like a political fucking football. Are you...
disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once? This
A
entire
lot.
Oh my God. Have you said thank you once? The gaslighting, y'all. The gaslighting. You should be thanking us for not listening to you, for talking over you, for saying you don't know what's going on in your own fucking country. We've read stories about it. We've seen from Putin. I'm I'm stunned. I'm like stunned. What the fuck?
entire meeting? No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly.
My man. My man. See, Zelensky and I would chill. I can tell. I don't know much about him. I'm assuming he's cool. But coming out with, like, after all this shit, because what Trump does, what he is already doing, is he always thinks that by speaking louder, by yelling at somebody, by shutting them down, he can just get whatever he wants. It's always been his way. Like you've heard countless backroom stories in the White House of him just yelling at people, screaming, throwing fucking hissy fits, because he's always been an asshole who's born with a silver spoon up his ass. Like that's always been Trump. And so when pressed in front of an international audience, in front of the American media, and then called out on his very simple, very transparent tactics. Oh yeah, look. There's not a whole lot we can take solace in right now, because people like Elon Musk and JD Vance and Donald Trump are still breathing. Like they're still among the living. And while they are going to continue wreaking havoc. They'll continue gutting and rampaging and pillaging and everything else, the government. But I do like to take a little bit of solace when they get angry at someone, at a variable they cannot control. It doesn't happen a lot, because these are people who are so decadently, obscenely wealthy and powerful. that usually they can just fucking buy their way out of anything. Elon Musk gets caught sexually harassing somebody, buy the woman a horse. Right? Consequences don't generally exist for people at this echelon. But the idea that they will face even a little bit of pushback is enough consequences. And watching them flounder about like fish out of water, I do enjoy it. I'm not gonna lie. Hi, CD Barra.
He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big
No,
trouble.
he hasn't.
I
You've been
know.
talking
You're not
over him,
winning.
you
You're
fucking
not winning
dipshit.
this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of
Mr.
us.
President.
You have a damn good chance of coming out okay.
We are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if,
West
if
speaking?
you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military
He is. I had not seen this. I had not seen this part. This is. Yeah, this is. This is historic in no uncertain terms. Presidents, leaders, world leaders, people engaging in diplomacy, especially with a victimized nation, a nation that verifiably, obviously, evidently has been the victim when Trump has clearly been taking the side of the aggressors. This is. Like, I would say this is an unmitigated disaster, but that's just what Trump's presidency always was, is going to be. I don't think this will have any, blowback on Trump outside of people seeing him in a more negative light, his poll numbers continuing to go down, whatever. But I really think this will be a moment that is going to be talked about beyond just the regular DC. Hello, dog. Okay, you're being nice and sweet now. You're being nice and sweet now. Hello. Hello, my baby. Hello. Hello. Oh, what a good dog. If you hear that tapping, that's her tail tapping on the wall. It is so beyond the pale that, like, this is going to be... Oh, sniffles. Do you got sniffles? Do you got the sniffies? Has this ever happened? I don't think so. I don't, like, I can't think of a time where a president has raised his voice beyond just, like, telling somebody to pipe down or telling somebody that's, well, that's not that lady. Hey, come on. I want to give you pets. No, do not. No. Hey, sit. Sit. Thank you. Be good. Like, I can't. No, I think Trump, because a lot of people, and look, people have been talking about how he's getting senile, and the fact that all of this stress and stuff has had on his brain for years. That's not surprising. But I think more incidents like this, I think they're going to continue mounting. Because guess what? Not everybody is just kowtowing and bowing down to him. But I think it does have to do with that, like, lack of restraint. Like, I think there is something there where his that inhibition is dissolving over time. I don't know. But this is I don't have fucking words for it. Like, what?
Equipment. This war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times.
He literally, he's still doing the fucking thank you thing. God, I know. I can't not think about JD Vance playing Magic the Gathering now. And I know this motherfucker has like an Atraxa deck. Like I know he runs fucking like Static Orb. And fucking Blood Moon or some shit. Like, dickhead. And going back to that, after Zelensky literally said, like, without the United States help, we wouldn't have fucking been able to last. But like, he just
accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long.
Again, it comes back to that's why I allowed this to happen. Like, he does see himself as this fucking like near deity level of power. It is so what?
Have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
I can tell you
You're
again,
running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running
Mr.
low
President.
on soldiers.
I can't. Like, I keep pausing it. I don't even have anything to fucking say. It's just like, I feel a need to say something because it's just so... I've never seen anything like this.
It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I wanted this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
So he literally started the conversation by saying he wants guarantees. That's what he wants. And again, these two chuckle fucks, clown shoes dipshits, didn't listen. Not surprising. He wants guarantees because Putin doesn't give a fuck about ceasefire agreements. He started the beginning of the conversation saying, to JD Vance, saying, 2014, we had these agreements. We had these ceasefires. Putin didn't give a fuck. He's continued to do war crimes. He's continued to betray us, which is why, to him now, a ceasefire doesn't mean shit. What the fuck is a ceasefire going to do? To somebody who doesn't care. And you have Trump just sitting here, could not more blatantly, and whether you want to say he's paid by Russia, like whatever, I don't care to get into that, but could not more blatantly be taking the side of Putin and saying, "Oh, just take whatever you're given. Just you'll be lucky to get whatever. Like, just take whatever offer you're being given."
Wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama who
That was with Obama? That was with Biden and with Obama.
Gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards, but without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr.
God, he thinks he fucking nailed that. Like, he thinks he looked super cool doing that.
Vice President. I'm sorry,
It's going to
here.
be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks this?
Like, I don't fucking, I do not envy that man. Like, he realized exactly, like, what he, it's when somebody is crashing out, when somebody is just, like, so unhinged in an argument that you have no fucking choice but to be like you literally can't. It's like arguing with a drunk person. It's like, what am I gonna say? You are not in a, like, you're not right. Like, just every aspect of you is not right. You are not arguing from a correct perspective. That's fucking wild, dude.
What if Russia breaks these talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
what
She's
if
asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb?
Unfucking. Every time I think it can't get worse. Every time I think it can't get more fucking unconscionable.
Drops on your head right now. Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Yep.
I need to back that up. He just said, okay, again, chat, you might have noticed I've never really talked about the Trump Russiagate shit because I didn't really care ultimately. But he just said that Putin and him went through a lot together with the Russiagate thing. Which all but confirms that he was talking to constantly, probably, Putin throughout that event. That's a fucking crazy thing to say. That's an insane thing to say. Okay, let's...
Ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam.
Okay, I need to... Ooh. This is... Okay. I know. Again, I've paused this already a bunch of times, and I keep talking, and I'm like, oh, this is so unconscionable, whatever. I was talking earlier about how I think his age is starting to wear him down. This is... Okay, I'm going to watch this all the way through to the end. No more pauses. But This says so much.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden,
Zelensky is just
Joe
like, what
Biden
the
scam.
fuck are you talking
Hillary
about?
Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia, the 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy.
Okay, I said I wasn't gonna pause it, but I lied. He just said Putin broke the deal. I don't know if he broke a deal with Obama or with Biden, but he's never broken a deal with me. What deals would Russia and America have made? How would Putin have been ever involved in the Russia laptop shit outside of just like international rumors? Like think for a second. Nobody thinks highly of Putin in the international or intelligence communities. It is well known he poisons political opponents. Well known he jails journalists he doesn't like. So how does Putin fucking suffer from people talking shit about him, I guess?
And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right, we'll see what...
I'm glad this dipshit fuck. Like look at Zelensky's face. That look really says it all. Kicked my camera. Like Zelensky's face, just a fucking 1,000-mile stare. Just being like, yeah, I'm fucking glad you dumbass American monkeys are gonna think this is great television. While my fucking people are getting bombed and dying. Like, he knows he's going to be fucked by this. And he knows that, like, yeah, that's fucking... wild.
We can do about putting it together. Thank you. Guys, let's go. Guys, come on, let's go. We'll see. see. I don't know.
All right, guys, come on, please. Hey, come on, please. Guys, come on, let's move, please.
What the fuck was that, JD? What was that? What was that fucking pat, JD? JD's just like, oh, way to go, champ. God damn. Whew, that's, that's a lot. That is a lot. All right, chat. It's that time of the night. I need food. What are we feeling? Chicken. There was more? No, it's just about done. It was like less than a minute. Oh, full meeting. I do my regular taco place. It's a local chain. God, I've barely eaten today. I'm so fucking starving. Ooh, cookies. Cookers. How's everybody else doing? Writing from Poland, the great television line made me want to punch him what passes for his face. Yeah, that fucking I don't envy him. I do not envy him. Holy shit. God damn. Let me line up the next couple things we're talking about. Oh, we have to talk about the Epstein list, or the lack of an Epstein list. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. It's a full ass day of news. And we've got to talk about Texas, Iowa, Pennsylvania. The number of rollbacks and targeted pieces of legislation to queer and predominantly trans people. Yeah, we can talk about the Tate brothers in a bit, I guess. I just hate those fuckers so much. All right. Walrus Dealer, thank you for $5. My mission is now clear. The centipede must be completed. I'm fairly sure the reason your dog got excited about the plush is because my dog tried to eat it too. Have fun with the blasphemous arts and crafts. That would track. She did sniff it. She was like, oh, this sniffs good. So I'm sure that's what it was. All right, I am going to... See, the only place around me... Yeah, I'm just going to do Wendy's. And I can get some spicy nuggies. I would try cooking something, but I just know I'm not going to be in a mood when I'm done streaming. And I'm starving right now. I didn't realize how much I've neglected food all day. I've just been working nonstop. And I just absolutely did not even notice. Proxy Foxy, are there states that will implement safeguards for trans people? So here's the thing. Where should I start with this? I'll start here. February 26, 2 days ago, Paramount is rolling back DEI initiatives to align with Trump mandates. As it seeks FCC approval for its deal with Skydance Media, told employees it will change some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to comply with the Trump administration's directives. So now, if you don't know, very few companies have not complied. Target has. Target's rolling back their shit. Cited the Trump administration's mandates as requiring changes in the way the company approaches inclusion moving forward. No longer set or use aspirational numerical goals related to the race, ethnicity, sex, or gender of hires. Ended its policy of collecting data for U.S. job applicants. Eliminated the DEI qualitative metric in its short-term incentive plan that directly connected 5% of funding for the program to Paramount success. Blah, blah, blah. High-performing and inclusive culture. With our business objectives firmly in mind, we continue to evaluate our programs. Dog. No. No. What? Are you going to be good? No. You got to go to the kitchen. Sorry, give me a second, y'all. You gonna be good? You gonna be good? Huh? What was I saying? Here we go. Trump has made the shutdown of DEI initiatives a priority. His administration is providing pressure to thwart such programs in the private sector as well. In a January 21st executive order terminating DEI policies in federal agencies, he instructed heads of agencies to encourage the private sector to end illegal discrimination, which is not what that is. Amazon Studios and Disney have also complied. So, I wanted to start talking about the rollback of trans care, the targeting of trans people with this DEI bullshit. Because it has largely been an attachment, a vestigial appendage to the DEI crusade. From Mother Jones, again, just a couple days ago, 4 days ago, LGBTQ federal workers brace for a McCarthyist purge. Quote, they're not asking people, are you gay, are you lesbian? They're asking who is participating in DEI. When Michael first started working in the Department of the Interior over a decade ago, he hid the fact he was gay from his coworkers. It can be an old boys club, explains Michael, who still works in the department and requests to use a pseudonym to protect himself from retaliation. People who were queer kept it to themselves so as not to rock the boat. But his agency grew more diverse over the years, and eventually he came out to a small group of coworkers after learning that one was a lesbian. It was important to know he would be accepted and safe, he says, and to have a few people that I could be myself with. Then, during Trump's first term, Michael remembers a meeting when a seasonal worker came out as transgender and asked the staff to use he, him pronouns. Quote, his voice was cracking, his hands were shaking, Michael still recalls. It reminded him of his own early days on the job. I thought there needs to be a group for community and support. Goes on to talk about how he would form a group, a DEI group. But since returning to power, Trump and his allies have cast these same groups as subversive and even illegal. An example of radical and discriminatory programs promoting diversity, equality, and inclusiveness. The OPM memo is just one of many Trump actions generating fear of a new lavender scare, a purge that could roll back decades of LGBTQ gains and send those who remain in the government back into the closet. While he has appointed a couple of token gay officials, he simultaneously declared war on transgender people, issuing edicts against so-called gender ideology and an onslaught of executive orders attempting to impose widespread discrimination against trans people in schools, hospitals, sports, homeless shelters, and prisons. The new administration's anti-LGBTQ hostility doesn't stop at the transgender community. On his second day in office, Trump rescinded a nearly 60-year-old order prohibiting discrimination by federal contractors. His appointees at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission have halted that agency's investigations of anti-LGBTQ discrimination. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security said it will now allow its agents to conduct surveillance based solely on a target's gender identity or sexual orientation. And OPM opened a tip line for federal workers to report colleagues who have worked on DEI. A callback to an earlier era when employees were encouraged to report and out their gay coworkers. I want to go to that surveillance ban real quick. Oh, fuck. No, I'll do that later. Queer and trans workers who hold wide-ranging roles in the federal government, some with more than a decade of public service, say they have been living and working in fear, afraid of being targeted or even fired for their gender identity, sexual orientation, or past efforts to support other employees. Trans workers in particular tell Mother Jones they're afraid of being fired every day. I don't feel safe in my job. Claiming Trump has already issued an executive order declaring her trans counterparts in the military unfit to serve, claiming that being trans, quote, conflicts with a soldier's commitment to an honorable, truthful, and disciplined lifestyle. Blackburn Big Dragon, thank you for following. "70 years ago, at the height of the McCarthy era, when federal employees with left-wing views were routinely interrogated and fired for being suspected communists, a related purge of queer workers was underway. In 1953, Dwight D. Eisenhower signed an executive order listing sexual perversion as a basis for terminating civil service employees on the theory that gay men and lesbians were susceptible to blackmail. Now, this is one of many, many, many places that this open discrimination is now taking place. I do, you should all go read this Mother Jones article. It is really goddamn good. But I want to talk about how these DEI efforts, by rooting these things out at the federal government, by forcing companies, private corporations, pressuring them. Cat. All right, I gotta feed my cat apparently. Ugh. All right. What the hell? Sorry, my Uber order just fucking is doing something weird. I can't tell if they are turning around. What the fuck? Alright, whatever. So, Trump targeting DEI initiatives. It has given the people who hate trans people what the hell is going on? I do not know what. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck is happening. It has opened the floodgates, really, and this is what, you know, trans and queer people have constantly said would happen. For all brands of right-wing reactionaries, Christian nationalists, fascists, to begin legislating their bigotry, to begin officially pushing trans people out of public life under the guise of things like cutting back DEI, of women's safety in sports, despite the infinitesimally, incredibly, ridiculously small number of trans women in sports. Well, let me see. This is Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds.
A bill that safeguards the rights of women and girls. It's common sense to acknowledge the obvious biological differences between men and women. In fact, it's necessary to secure genuine equal protection for women and girls. It's why we have men and women's bathrooms, but not men and women's conference rooms. Girls and boys sports, but not girls math and boys math. Separate men and women's prisons, but not different laws for men and women. It's also why Iowa has enacted laws protecting girls' sports for girls and women's private spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms. But unfortunately, these common sense protections were at risk because before I signed this bill, the Civil Rights Code blurred the biological line between the sexes. It has also forced Iowa taxpayers to pay for gender reassignment surgeries, and that's unacceptable to me, and it's unacceptable to most Iowans. I know this is a sensitive issue for some, many of whom have heard misinformation about what this bill does. The truth is that it simply brings Iowa in line with the federal Civil Rights Code.
See, now they can say all this exclusion shit. No, we're just bringing it in line with the federal stance. The federal stance that is not based in science, is not based in reality. It's not based in like sociology or any studyable field or anything like that. It is just based in misunderstanding and bigotry. And that is enough for them. This is just what they need to give a green light to all of their other little dumbass projects. Every little one of these sick weirdos across the fucking government. As we'll see in a second, including Texas and Pennsylvania.
Code, as well as most states. We all agree that every Iowan, without exception, deserves respect and dignity. We are all children of God, and no law changes that. What this bill does accomplish is to strengthen protections for women and girls, and I believe that it is the right thing to do.
So, I want you to remember that we're all children of God thing, because that's especially interesting, because it's just couching their open discrimination now, and just good old down home Christian morals. Like, I still love you. Hate the sin, love the sinner. Fucking bullshit. Now, you might ask yourself, because she didn't actually say what the law was. You might have said, okay, well, what is it? Is it a ban on trans women in sports? Is it a bathroom thing? From the Des Moines Register, Reynolds signed law ending trans civil rights protections. Iowa, first state to repeal rights. Trans and non-binary Iowans will no longer be shielded by state law from discrimination in housing, employment, education, and more after Governor Kim Reynolds signed a law Friday removing gender identity as a protected class. Just watch that video. Signed the fast-tracked legislation privately Friday, one day after a heated day of protests and debate, as more than 2,000 LGBTQ rights supporters chanted, shouted, and jeered in protest. The law ends 18 years of protection against discrimination based on gender identity in Iowa's civil rights law. Democratic-controlled Iowa legislator and governor's office enacted protections for gender identity and sexual orientation in 2007. From Max Mowitz, executive director of LGBTQ advocacy group One Iowa, quote, transgender Iowans are part of every community in the state. Our families, our workplaces, our schools, our places of worship. They deserve the same safety, stability, and opportunity as everyone else. This law will cause real harm, making daily life harder and more uncertain for countless Iowans who simply want to live openly and authentically. History will not look kindly on this moment. Polk County Board of Supervisors Chair Matt McCoy released a statement reaffirming the county's commitment to diversity and inclusivity. Republicans said the move will help other recent legislation they passed survive court challenges, including a ban on trans youth from receiving gender-affirming medical care, restricting trans students from using school bathrooms, and banning transgender women and girls from competing in female sports. When Trump was elected, when Trump was running, people continually, and there are still people in the chat, in the comments on those videos, who said shit like, "Oh, nothing's gonna actually change for you. Like we just want to protect the kids. We just want to make sure that kids can't go to whatever they fucking think kids are doing." Because they genuinely believe that, like, children are going to drag brunches and shit. That every drag show has, like, a kids section now. And people have been continually saying, like, oh, you just shouldn't have messed with the kids. Shouldn't have done this, that, and the other. It's never been about that. It is about the fact that we do not conform to what they want in society. And we will not just lay down and roll over and let them have this Christo-fascist theocracy. It is about the fact that queer people are visible. That's really what it's about. That we are visible, that we are broadly popular, that we are people's family and friends. That we are in the government. That we are in your schools, in your churches, in your grocery stores. And these motherfuckers cannot handle that world where they do not control every little fraction of the equation. Where something so blasphemous to their ingrained notions of the neat little boxes everybody needs to fall into. Like, well, if you're a man, you need to look like this, you need to act like this, you need to do this. And if you're a woman, you need to get back in that kitchen and make me a sandwich. But we're already seeing these attitudes bear out against women, against gay people. We talked about people already talking about rolling back gay marriage. And like I was saying, again, coming up on a year ago, talking about Project 2025 and all that shit, they are going to use these prevention measures. They're going to use what their incredibly loose definitions of what might constitute degeneracy, pornography even. And they're going to legislate. They are going to attempt to continue legislating queer people out of existence. This domino effect, where, again, it started with Trump. Started with him coming in, him enacting all of these fucking reforms that he promised, spurred on by the think tanks behind Project 2025. And now it has created this domino effect where every one of these weird little obsessive compulsive freaks want to do what they can to eliminate queer people from public life. Oh gosh, how would someone define it if they were a real insecure piece of shit? Eradicate transgenderism from public life entirely. Astra, thank you for $5. They are openly purging trans women with security clearances in government. It's not a question of if, but when. I wish I could support my friends more. Yeah. In Pennsylvania, Republicans proposed anti-drag bill would criminalize pride and queer visibility statewide. Ledbetter's memo frames his proposal as a necessary step to protect children from, quote, sexually suggestive themes, provocative outfits, and explicit language. But let's examine the language of his proposed legislation. He argues that Pennsylvania's current corruption of minors law, already disturbingly broad, should explicitly include drag shows. The phrasing is intentionally vague, opening the door for sweeping interpretations. Would a drag queen reading books at a library be considered criminal? Would minors attending a drag brunch with their families result in felony charges for parents and event organizers? Would entire pride festivals be shut down for fear of prosecution? Under this proposed law, yes. Yes. Under these changes, yes. Dude, what the hell? Can I get another? He frames his bill as a defense of, quote, traditional family values. There's that little hint towards Christianity again. There's that hint towards heteronormativity. And I hate that, because I realize when I say shit like Christofascism, heteronormativity, I do sound a lot like the, blue hair, soy jack, whatever the fuck. But that's what it is. Like those are the simplest terms you can put it in that encapsulate this entire ideology. It is just a bunch of dipshits who have a stick up their butt about other people living in a way that they don't like. And having the audacity to be public and loud and proud of it. What is the first fucking sermon every hate church, every dickhead is going to come out with in June? Pride Month. What's the first thing they're going to mention? Well, pride, it's a sin. It's a sin to be proud of who you are. Now, not like us. I mean, we've watched the sermons on it. Not like us, of course. Like being proud to be a Christian. It's a different kind of pride, to have pride in the Lord. No, to them, it is a sin to not just be who you are, but be happy with it. Especially when it doesn't conform to their incredibly narrow definitions of everything. If he were genuinely concerned about the welfare of children, perhaps he'd address real issues like the ongoing crisis of gun violence in schools, the alarming rise in youth homelessness, particularly among LGBTQ+ youth, or the devastating mental crisis affecting young people across the state. Instead, he's choosing to focus on drag queens because attacking LGBTQ+ people is an easy way to score political points with his base. So that brings me to the recent measure out of Texas. Texas House Bill 3399, introduced 2 days ago. Bill title, this is from Legiscan. Relating to the provision of procedures and treatments for gender transitioning, gender reassignment, or gender dysphoria, and the use of public money or public assistance to provide those procedures or treatments. One of the big things, if you remember again, one of the big things people talked about when the more centrists, the people saying, well, the trans ideologues, they just went too far. Like, you went too far. As the Democrats did nothing to fucking back us up, leading nothing but a wave of conservative propaganda to fill the void of the public consciousness of trans people, who we are and what we want in life. But no, we went too far. And we just want to, because that's what you fucking heard. You heard it from like fence sitters, like fucking, I think Short Fat Otaku said it at one point, fucking Brianna Wu, just saying like, no, well, kids they should be banned from gender care, blah, blah, blah. And so many people, myself included, have constantly said at every fucking step of this process, they don't want to stop there. Because if you are actually in this community, if you actually are looking at the patterns and the weird little freaks behind all of this shit, if you're actually listening and paying attention to people like Matt Walsh, to people like Michael Knowles, you come to understand that they don't want an inch, they want 10 miles. That they don't actually care about whatever they're advocating for. They care about, again, a domino effect. How much they can get away with if the thing they're advocating for does get passed. Matt Walsh doesn't give a fuck about children. He doesn't give a shit about protecting children. If kids die in a school shooting, his first fucking impulse is to ask, well, was it a trans shooter that did it? Was it, of course, the mainstream media won't tell you, was the shooter on SSRIs? He doesn't give a fuck about kids. When the kids were shot in that church school, he doesn't give a shit about them. The first thing he jumped on was that, oh, it was a trans person. Anytime, any other fucking time there's a shooter, somebody can have a fucking Nazi tattoo, have a Nazi patch on their chest, and Matt will be like, well, how do we can't know for sure if it was a Nazi or not. So when Matt Walsh, people like the Daily Wire, people like Michael Knowles, Steven Crowder, Alex Jones, just the cadre of right-wing dipshits who have pushed Trump, who have pushed the public and the public consciousness into shit like this happening. When they say stuff like, well, if people want to live out, this is something Alex Jones has done, because he, I think, has a crush on Blair White, where Alex Jones will be like, well, I know people like that, and they're, you can be a fine person, but you got to stay away from the kids. They don't actually believe that. They don't actually believe that. You know how I know? Because the second they've been given authority, the second they feel they've been given permission, again, Trump kicked over the first domino. And every single one of them, all of these weird little fucking goblins, are just rubbing their hands, just lying in wait, just like, yes, now we can pass the anti-trans legislation. Yes. Like the little fucking weird green freaks they are. And again, if you were paying attention, we always knew it wouldn't fucking end with, oh, we're just gonna stop at kids. Before I read this, I do want to emphasize that this is just an introduced bill. There's a lot of steps before it becomes law. But the usefulness of bills like this, the usefulness of actions like we just saw in Iowa and Pennsylvania, of even introducing these concepts to the public consciousness, is to push the Overton window more towards them. Is to push the window of what the public will acceptably put up with. What the average person who's not trans, the statistical average person who's not trans, who is probably pretty relatively apolitical, will look at and shrug and say, you know what, this doesn't really affect me. That's what measures like this are truly meant for. Somebody asking what lipstick I use. This is Maybelline. Maybelline, I don't have a stick. Oh, I do have a stick. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh wait, no I don't. Never mind. I do, however, my food is here, so I'm going to go grab that real quick, and then we will read this. So I will be right back, chat. Where the fuck? Sandwich for dog. Dog does not get a sandwich. No sandwich for dog. Okay, chat. Let me, dog, you're fine. Hey, ow, 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 my tummy, my tummy. You're such a little bugger. I should have, and just realizing YouTube chat is not on board. Lady is not getting my Wendy's. I have no idea what would happen if I gave Lady my spicy nuggies. Okay, chat. What line or shadow do I use? I use Nick's shadow dog. All right, I'm gonna see if she's still hungry. She might be. There, chill. So like I was saying, we are in a place where they are going to continue trying to do this stuff. And let me read through the bill. Gender transitioning and gender reassignment procedures and treatments. Prohibited provision of gender transitioning or gender reassignment procedures and treatments. Crossed out to certain children. For the purpose of transitioning a person's biological... So what they've done here is essentially take a bill that was the children's health care thing. And they have instead said, no, actually we're going to edit and alter it so that it applies to literally any person seeking trans-affirming care. Affirming the person's perception of the person's sex if that perception is inconsistent with the person's biological sex. A physician or healthcare provider may not knowingly perform a surgery that sterilizes the person, including castration, vasectomy, blah, blah, blah. Provide, prescribe, administer, or dispense any of the following prescription drugs that induce transient or permanent infertility. So, no testosterone in females or estrogen in males. Remove any otherwise healthy or non-diseased body part or tissue. So that's breast augmentation. That's top surgery. Does not apply to the provision by a physician or healthcare provider to a person with the consent of the child's parents. Puberty suppression or blocking prescription drugs for the purpose of normalizing puberty for a minor experiencing precocious puberty. So what these are the like, this is gender affirming care. It's saying, well, no, gender affirming care if a kid is going through precocious puberty, like that's okay. That's with the permission of a parent. That's okay. And this is for people suffering from like intersex. But people suffering from like breast tissue growth inconsistent with their assigned sex at birth. This is Texas. Public money may not be directly or indirectly used, granted, paid, or distributed to any healthcare provider, medical school, hospital, physician, or any other entity, organization, or individual that provides or facilitates the provision of a procedure or treatment to a person that is prohibited. A person that is prohibited. That is crazy way to phrase that. So I hope we can see why I started with the DEI stuff, because that's the exact same language being used here. That is the exact same idea of prohibiting, of legislating trans people, queer identities, transness out of the public eye. And I think a lot of people watching this would feel kind of hopeless, maybe. Yeah, this is for everybody, not just kids. Because how do you look at this and fight back against it, knowing that, like, okay, consider for a moment what we just talked about in Iowa. Normally, people would say, in a normal country where everything, in a democracy where everything worked like it should, people would say, contact your state representative, contact your senator, contact your congressperson, contact your mayor. We just saw in Iowa 2,000 people in a state capitol protesting. People of every stripe, color, and creed coming out to protest for queer people's rights. And in private, the Republican governor rolled back discrimination protections for employment, housing, healthcare. So, I would say that it is not enough to contact your representative. I would go back to what I talked about at the very beginning of the stream. That we need to get, especially on the left, more active in local governments, in local elections, in understanding and knowing the people in our community. And this is not just saying for the purposes of mutual aid, for outreach, community organizing, but to wrest back control of government from people like this at a foundational, grassroots level. Because shit like this isn't going to stop happening. Regrettably, unfortunately. There are going to be sanctuary states, of course. People have already, some cities have already said, no, this city is a sanctuary city for trans people. But what does that leave us? Like how long until there are just, it's federally regulated that, okay, well, trans people just have to stay here. They have to stay in this city. How long until we lose our representation there? And it's not just that city anymore. Well, trans people have to stay in this part of the city, in this neighborhood. You can't be visible in public life. This fucking sucks, dude. I don't even, again, second time, I don't even know what to fucking say. Like, I wish we could do like fun topics on stream. I mean, we can do some fun topics, but like everything is just so bleh and the same, and it's all fucking, it's just a drag, dude. Yeah, these are legitimately, genuinely evil people. And the thing is, it actually, this does actually tie into the Amouranth thing. Because there are so many people like that in the world who are just indifferent to the suffering of others, that when people say, hey, we will push back against you, the only thing they hear is, oh, they're talking about pushing. They're going to push. And they never think about what they're pushing back against or why. Let us knock it off, Doug. Let me see what is on the YouTubes. Dog. I could watch Jack's stream for Ooh. Walter Masterson went to CPAC. God, I fucking forgot. CPAC came and went so quickly this year. All right, we're gonna pop this on for a little bit while I can eat. And then when I can talk again, we're gonna
I wonder how long it's going to take for us to get thrown out. We just got here.
I'm the most recently released January 6th.
All the J6ers are getting arrested for...
It's so fucking surreal seeing this place again. Because I feel like I was literally just there. Like, I spent so... Like, it's one of those things where, you know, when you spend so much time in school, you memorize the layout, and then, like, years later... I had a school dream the other night, actually. Which is weird, because I never dream... Every now and then I'll dream about school, but it's because you spend 4 years walking through those hallways, and... you know, then you're not there anymore. But there's something about this place that, like, spending so many hours in such a concentrated period of time, like, embedded the layout of this place in my fucking mind. Like, I was studying everything so intensely. Anyway, let's go.
Child porn.
What's a lot? There's 1,600 J6ers.
There's bound to be some child porn.
Is there a problem, sir?
Can you see your credentials? I'm being kicked out.
Why are we being kicked out?
Because now I'm about to get real frustrated and irritated.
Do you think a man with the last name Nick Fuentes is qualified to be a white supremacist?
You could have like those ideologies and be any color.
So right off the bat, Jolly Good Ginger has been spotted by two different J6 domestic terrorists. The video where you called a J6 terrorist a terrorist got a lot of attention.
I'm super happy. I got pardoned.
Wait, you got pardoned from what?
January 6th.
Oh, so you were one of the terrorists? It did. It made its rounds on Twitter.
I wonder how long it's going to take for us to get thrown out. We just got here.
We want to make it 2 days. We're trying.
We're trying to make it 2 days. Can we make it 2 days?
We can. I believe in us.
The 2 days or 2 minutes challenge.
The guy was literally outside the Capitol in an ice jacket.
He's still wearing an ice jacket.
Still wearing the same ice jacket today. And he's harassing people.
Yeah.
Terrorizing people. So not only were you terrorizing people, our country on January 6th, you're terrorizing people the day I seen you.
Yeah, like you returned to the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
Which is really funny.
Flyer with you for our documentary that's coming out at the end of March.
What's this about?
It's about the school closures. The real reason why the school closures and the smash and grab of the funding from the teachers union.
Why are you against the teachers unions?
I'm not against the teachers unions. I'm against leadership that doesn't put children first. And so the funding needs to go towards the children and not towards administrative overhead and for pushing ideology that shouldn't be in our schools.
I don't believe that. I feel like everyone wants to get rid of the teachers unions.
Well, I am a former teacher, so I...
Is there a reason that's a former teacher? Also, look, I got the chicken foot. I got one of the chicken's little booties. Look at him. Look at him. Anyway.
I can say.
But you're a former teacher and you support the teachers unions.
I support the teachers.
No, wait. Support teachers. So you don't support teachers unions?
Not in the current form that they are in right now. No, I do not.
Everyone wants...
Now, this is actually a really great encapsulation of what I was talking about as far as getting into local elections, local politics. Because this is the mindset of a lot of conservatives, and it has been for the last 10 years or so. And so many local school boards and just conservative politicians and so many things across the country have been astroturfed with this mindset of, I do not agree with the way this thing is going. I'm going to take it over. That's the mindset the left needs to have right now.
DeSantis, everyone top down wants the unions abolished.
I think that if the unions started to become more common sense and put children first and actually put the teachers' needs first, then I think that
There's not a single piece of legislation that I have seen, especially in DeSantis, that puts the teachers' needs first. If I speak to teachers, he has made their job incredibly difficult.
Well, I think that rolls right down to your local school board.
I can speak to that. I've traveled around the United States into a lot of school board meetings and everything. So I can speak to that with regards to the movement that is taking place with Moms for Liberty and Moms for...
I do also want to say, and I think I talked, was it Moms for Liberty? Were those the dipshits I talked to? I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch my CPAC video again. I don't know if I've ever watched it. Like outside of the edit cut. Huh? Anyway. I'm relatively... His haircut... It's almost like a Jonathan Taylor Thomas look. Like it's a very like 1997 fuckboy. But with nothing else that matches that. It's throwing me off. Throws me off my game.
Liberty adjacent organizations.
Have you looked at the current scores where the children are actually performing in the United States?
The test scores and the success, there's outliers, but it always falls along socioeconomic lines.
Well, look at the inflation. What parents can actually afford tutoring? People even in your upper middle class levels can't afford the tutoring.
Tutoring? That's what the teachers should be doing. They can't afford tutoring? Nobody... I've never, well, granted, not in school anymore, haven't been for a long time. Literally never knew anybody who was like, yeah, no, I got a tutor. I got to go to tutoring after school. The fuck? How much money do you have to have a teacher that you can pay off the clock?
Look, the teachers need to teach the kids how to read.
And so you have, yeah, and so
teachers need to teach the kids how to read and to write and to do mathematics and to learn the skills that they need so that they can have their American dream. That is not happening right now.
The test scores in red states, are much lower than they are in blue states. Blue state test scores by and large are way better. Like you have a lot of red states that rank almost at the bottom in education.
Have you actually looked at those scores?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So have I, and so I disagree with what you're saying because there's lots of movement that are going on, specifically in Mississippi and other states. So it's not really.
So wait, so where does Mississippi rank?
Not necessarily red or blue. It's whether or not the kids can read, and they're unable to read the way that they need to right now. Teachers need to be trained.
The way I see it right now is with the whole school choice movement, I look at that more as a wealth transfer.
I don't.
It's a wealth transfer.
Kids out of a burning building.
When there's a wealth transfer. So if you're already sending your kid to private school and you're paying $40K a year, that voucher helps.
Not all schools cost $40K, and there are schools that work on a budget that is a lot less.
Great.
And they are turning out kids that can actually read.
Public education is education for all.
So
to
is
admit
school
them.
choice.
No, school choice. Private school does not have to admit you. That's not a district. They can kick everyone out. They can just take the middle class.
Medicare have consumer-directed services. They have consumer-directed services.
The same people behind school choice are the same people that were against for.
Continue. Sorry, Walter, you got this. I trust you. My bad. I don't want to step on your sunshine.
First busing. So they don't want your kid.
Not true.
They don't want your kid going to whatever school they want.
Not true.
They don't. These are the same people. These are the same people that were for educational segregation.
Have you ever looked in the eyes of a child that is crying, that is a young child that can't read? I recently was at a charter school in Washington, D.C. If you have ever looked in the eyes of a young child that is in the lower socioeconomic status, if you want to go in that direction.
Trump is getting rid of the Head Start program.
You tell them it is criminal, and that's all
that
I'm
would
gonna
no.
say.
Listen,
Have a good
Trump
day.
is trying to get. Trump has gotten rid of the Head Start program. He has gotten the Republicans, by and large, in every district, are getting rid of the Head Start program. You cannot tell me that they care about educating young children if they're gutting the Head Start program.
You can't tell me that the Head Start is working.
Look me in the eye.
I've never seen an interviewer have somebody like a fucking yo-yo in their grasp. Just like, she tried to fucking like, okay, I gotta go. And he was like, whoop! Zip, right back into his hand. That was fucking incredible.
And tell me that getting rid of the Head Start program
Look
is
me in
what.
the eyes and tell me that it actually works for children.
Yeah,
It's not working.
statistically, it has totally worked. It's hypocritical and it's a wealth transfer.
He said he took off his glasses. He said, "Look me in the eye."
Freedom. What is Freedom Foundation?
So the Freedom Foundation, we are a national 501c3 battle tank where we work to defund liberal government unions by encouraging people and educating them about their opt-out rights.
I've heard about your work. So I've spoken to people in Phoenix, Arizona, and Scottsdale, Arizona, and basically what I've seen is that you're going to tell people like, hey, opt out of this school district because once it reaches below a certain threshold, they can close the school. And then you're telling teachers, hey, if so many of you opt out of this union, then it weakens that union. Am I wrong?
I would say it seems like you're 50% correct.
We're fighting the same fight that you're fighting. The current the president didn't cheat. But you know what?
Who cheated?
The leftist Democrats cheated on the election. And actually, we tried to examine the election, but the president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, tried to examine the election system, but the leftist, the Democrats.
He tried to make it like an autocracy. He wants to take over and be a dictator.
No.
He's like a big incel.
No, that is the image portrayed by media, the leftified media. But the truth is, he tried to examine the election system, whether it's working well or not.
This is wild. This is fucking wild to see other people like adapting Trump's style of argumentation seriously. Yeah, Homelander, the MAGA mind virus has spread to Korea. Like that's like sorry, it's just hitting me. I never considered, because when I was at CPAC, there were there were a lot of fucking Russian people there. A lot of Eastern European people. Wonder why. But there was no like, I don't remember. There was not a booth for South Korea, right? But the idea of just this brain rot spreading to other countries and then them coming here to advocate for it, because they had the Happy Science cult guy from Japan. He was a speaker on the main stage at CPAC last year, and that was wild, because I'm pretty sure they had a translator, I think, but that was about, like, outside of those kind of niche interactions. Interesting. I'm fascinated by this.
But
so MAGA is coming to South Korea.
Yeah, that is same thing is happening in South Korea. So that's why we are here. We are fighting the same fight against the lies of socialists and the communists.
The same thing's happening in South Korea.
God bless you.
There you go. I love it. The MAGA movement's coming to South Korea, basically. It's coming to a theater near you. MAGA boys. MAGA boys.
Okay, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing? Tell me about the MAGA boys.
Oh no. Oh, you think he's a Moonie? That makes fucking sense. Okay, nope, everything checks out. Yep, Moonies, that makes sense. Sorry, excuse me. This is... Again, I forgot about the fashion crimes. Oh, thank you so much, Buzz Skywalker. Happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday to Buzz Skywalker. Moonies are a... Have we not talked... Do y'all not know about the Moonies? Oh my god, the Moonies are fucking wild. They are a insane gun cult. Is the only way to fuck... Like, they're the fuckers with the bullet crowns, right? Let me see. Coley, great. Yep, Rod of Iron Ministries. The AR-15 is a divine instrument for enforcing God's will. And that will, says Rod of Iron Ministries leader, favors Trump. (2019) Pastor Young Sin Sean Moon took the stage in rural Pennsylvania wearing his trademark green camo blazer, a crown made of empty bullet casings, and a gold AR-15 slung over his shoulder. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. You met an ex-Mooney in the same Goodwill you found the walrus? Oh my god. That is awesome. I love that. All right, sorry, I gotta finish eating.
My name's Walter Masterson. I'm a comedian. I'm from New York. You're from New York? Where in New York?
Upstate New York. New York and New Jersey. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, no shit, upstate. I'm like, no shit, upstate. You said, oh yeah, I'm from New York. Yeah, no shit.
How are you gonna flip New York and New Jersey?
Yep, same way we did PA. We're leveraging AI and blockchain technology to do that.
There's a lot of areas of upstate New York that are very red.
Yeah.
Chat! I didn't... I was... I was unprepared for that. That fucking hit me like somebody punching me in the chest. That's fucking nuts, dude. All right, let's go. Let's see what fucking crypto chain Gimli has to tell us.
Huge state.
Yeah. It is. I mean, personally, we believe New York City should be a district. It should be cut off. Because why, upstate, we carry all those taxes, all the same laws, everything, but we don't have the same opportunity.
Listen, I'm from New York City. New York City, the money coming from New York City powers a lot of New York State.
What money?
What, the tax money?
New York City, where the stock exchange is, where Wall Street is. Some of the biggest shipping harbors in the country are along the New York City and Jersey coast. And he's asking, well, what money? What money's coming into New York? What? What money? That's fucking wild. That's... Oh.
Like the
tax money. Yeah,
GDP,
But,
everything.
But tax. I mean, look at Kathy Hochul. I mean, Hochul, if you're listening to this, you're done. When it comes 2026, you're out. New Yorkers are sick of this shit. She's absolutely destroyed the state. You have immigrants coming in. Trump and all them are.
Wait, let's finish up one thing. I'm talking about the revenue from New York City powering New York State.
Powering, but it's not powering the people.
Like,
you are taking income from the people.
I'll tell you,
that's not powering.
He's right.
That's powering the machine.
New York City sends money to Albany that they don't get back.
Yeah.
And the amount of money coming through New York City is immeasurable.
How does that
And
help
if you
the people?
cut, there's the tax revenue, tax base.
No, wait a minute. Tax base. Explain it to me. Get more granular.
Okay.
How's it helping the people?
So
by taxing them to death? What's the tax
we
rate?
are getting taxed. Like we almost have to sell our home. I own my own business, and we've gotten to a point where I no longer can fill my pockets with cash anymore. It doesn't happen. I'm at the point now where, babe, we have to sell the house. Can't afford groceries.
I love how they were talking about economic stagnation, infrastructure deterioration, while he's complaining about this shit. Which, remember, Trump, as soon as he got in office, he was like, well, we're gonna fix all this stuff with the groceries, folks, and the groceries are I've instructed I put the best people on it. They're going to immediately get those prices down. Has it happened? Fuck no. That's not how fucking inflation works. Yeah, maybe he should pull himself up by his bootstraps. So true. So true.
Got to sell the truck. Like 6 years ago, I was good. I was great. I was able to buy, if I wanted a four-wheeler, I could buy a four-wheeler. I had money in the bank. I had extra money in the bank. I was, yeah. And there was hope for the future. In the past, our last presidency completely destroyed at this point our ability to maintain our house, to maintain my business almost.
What's your business?
I'm in the automotive. And this isn't just me. If you talk to any one of my neighbors,
I talk to a lot of people.
What's the sentiment that you received?
I travel the entire country. I talk to people I agree with, people I disagree with. I talk to everyone. I'm not in the bubble. The sentiment is people are struggling. The average, what's the average salary that everyone makes? The average person, I think, makes, what, 18K, 30K a year?
It's a joke.
I'm for things like raising the minimum wage. Someone should not make $7.50 an hour. That should be illegal.
But then everything at the store, all the prices go up. You raise minimum wage, it doesn't solve anything.
If someone is working 40 hours a week and they cannot pay their bills, then that employer is not an employer. That's another form of slavery.
I'm a business owner.
I'm a business owner.
If I were to employ people, the amount of money New York State would need from me for every little thing, every bureaucratic piece of bullshit it makes a business owner pay just to have him work for me.
Yeah, there's basic scalability, but I'm just saying the concept of someone working 40 to 60 hours a week, they should be able to pay their bills. If they are not being paid enough to pay their bills, then something's wrong. We're not even getting into our political differences. Right. If you're an employer and you cannot afford to pay someone enough to pay like basic bills, then something needs to be done.
So let me ask
if you qualify for
so again, he's absolutely right. Like, there's nothing he said that's wrong. Somebody asking for free? You want to see Puppy for free? Yeah, I show Pupper for free. I'll show Pupper for free. Oh, hey. You are so... Do I need to take you for a run every day to get you all wore out? Goodness gracious, dog. Who's a good little puppy? Who's a good little... Oh, you stop that. Here's your bone. Here. Alrighty. What else did I want to get into? Thank you, Buzz Skywalker, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Mew Mews. Oh, yeah, the fucking taint bros. Yeah, let me actually see if there's a good... Tate brothers arrested again, brutal is the top of the heap on that. That's funny. That's fucking funny. Iranian prosecutor. God, they are so fucking ugly. Like, look, I don't comment a lot on people's like physical appearance very often. I don't do it very often. Because largely it's some, you know, it's something that's out of people's hand, but they are so like it's, you know what? It's not even necessarily how they look, it's an attitude thing. It is, there's a way people carry themselves that, you know, the way they move, the way they gesticulate, the way they emote, that goes beyond just, you know, their physical look. Like some people, you can have like swag, you know, even if you might not be a traditional Adonis, you might not be the most attractive person out there. Like if you have that kind of swag and charisma, again, like that's a huge part of being attractive for a lot of people. They have like negative charisma. And I think it, like, you could take these guys, same physiognomy, same everything. Oh, dog knocked her bone right under my chair. Same physiognomy, same everything else. And like this guy could be a realtor. He could be a community organizing soccer coach in fucking Pennsylvania or some shit. He could just be a dude named Dan, you know? And you wouldn't think anything was off. But they have such an air about them of malice, of just... Again, I hate to channel Alex Jones too much, but there's times when Alex Jones will go off on like Democrats and talk about like, oh, you can see it, the evil behind their eyes and how they just worship Satan and the devil and Hillary Clinton, like that kind of bullshit. And I hate to get too in the weeds on that because it's not, there's nothing verifiable about it. I'm just trying to put into words how I'm feeling about him, but like there is something fucking dark there. All right, I do want to say, all right, DeSantis, fucking broken clock of a human being. Let's go.
Controversial influencers Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan just touched down in Florida after spending the last 2 years detained in Romania for a sexual assault and sex trafficking case. This is new video of their arrival in Fort Lauderdale after authorities lifted travel restrictions against the brothers. Now, it's not clear under what conditions they were allowed to leave Romania, or their charges haven't been dropped. Our partners at CBS News Miami are following the story for us. Take a listen.
The Tates have dual U.S. British citizenship and have millions of followers online. And to give you some more background, as you might recall, we first reported that they were arrested in late 2022 and formally indicted last year on charges. Officials say they took part in a criminal ring that lured women to Romania where they were sexually exploited. Andrew Tate was also charged with rape. They deny those allegations. In December, we reported a court ruled that the case couldn't go to trial because of multiple legal and procedural irregularities on the part of prosecutors. The case, however, remained open, and there is still another ongoing investigation against them in Romania. Romania's anti-organized crime agency has released a statement that says prosecutors
they just have negative fucking, like, again, it's, there's this class of rich asshole who just has no fucking style. And it bumps me out because if I had fucking money, if I had like fucking Elon Musk, Andrew Tate money, I wouldn't be wearing this goddamn monochrome bullshit. Like gray pants, matching gray shirt. You look like you're wearing a fucking space jumpsuit and this shitty Kmart ass blazer. Like, you look like a mulatto Shaft. What are you fucking doing, dude?
Approved the request to change the travel restrictions on the Tates, but didn't say who made that request. The brothers are still required to appear before authorities when summoned.
All right, let's go to BBC correspondent Nick Thorpe, who is in the capital of Romania. Welcome, Nick. Great to be with you. Have Romania officials said anything about why they lifted the Tate brothers' travel restrictions? Because the charges have not been dropped.
That's right. The charges are still in place. The prosecutors, there was a rather terse statement from the Romanian prosecutors here this morning. So after the Tates had flown out on that private jet, which has now touched down in Florida, in that statement, they said that the lawyers acting for the Tate brothers had asked for two things. One was for all charges against them to be dropped. That was rejected by prosecutors here in Romania. But the second thing they'd asked, which was to have the right to get back their American passports and travel out of the country.
It's the way they like walk too. It's so fucking fake. Like okay. Do y'all remember in high school when like you would come back from summer vacation and somebody would have like they really got it in their heads that, okay, no, I'm gonna be cool this year, and then it would wear off after like 2 or 3 weeks. But you know, they had like a new jacket or new, and they would try and like really fucking pay attention to their mannerisms, but it came off as forced and fake, and a lot of people fucking age out of it. Like, a lot of people in high school begin to understand, whether it's through people making fun of them, whether it's through people being like, hey, actually stop doing this, they begin to understand that like most people just want to be around you if you are being yourself. If you are a genuine person, if you are nice to be around, if you are good company, other people will want to be around you. Other good people. And these motherfuckers never seem to learn that. Mulatto's not racist. Mulatto's not racist. Also, they're mixed race. Or at least, fucking Andrew Tate is. Mulatto's mixed race. Yeah, somebody Rarzard saying, is it? No, there's no fucking way. How do I fucking spell that? Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's getting fucking stricken from my... It's not like I was using it, every fucking day, but, I guess that's getting struck from my fucking lexicon. Holy shit. Hashtag canceled. Yeah. Same with the word maroon. Wait, what do you mean maroon? Maroons were mixed black and native. I've never even fucking heard that one. That is... Shit, yeah, I'm fucking sorry. Oh my god. I guess I... Yeah. Never really talked about it. Maroon is a crayon. Well, maroon is a color. It's like a deep purple red or crimson. But I've never heard it used as a slur. Bugs Bunny has used it. I purged it from my lexicon. No, everybody immediately thought Bugs Bunny. I did not draw. Oh my. Yes, maroon is a color. In context, it's bad, but like they still have Maroon 5, you know, which is bad, but in a different context. Yeah, I guess the fishier, thank you for letting me know that over on Twitch. Big cancel is on their way. True. So true. What was I talking about? I've completely
that was granted. So
lost my frame of mind. Nick DeGriff. Well, Nick DeGriff, it is in the context of Bugs Bunny, it is meant to be a funny way of saying moron. I believe. Unless somebody's gonna fucking tell me Bugs Bunny was slinging slurs this entire time and I didn't know. Yeah, no, thank you, the fishier, for letting me know that. I'm fucking surprised I didn't know that shit. Like new gig on Fox News. Yeah. Right after I was talking about anti-charisma. Oh yeah, the fake walk. Okay, no. Their fake walk where it is so like they never learned the social cues to just like kind of be themselves, so they have, you know, it's what I believe happened with Alex Jones, where it is like a constant act that has just subsumed their sense of self, so it is just them. What did Amouranth do this time? Oh, we talked about Amouranth hours ago, baby girl. And I only said baby girl because that's the username on Twitch. Don't compare me to Anna Kasparian. No, it is. It's like this fucking like. All right, go back to watch a couple minutes. Like watch the way it's like they're fucking. They all think they're
to have the right to get back their American.
Like look at the way they fucking move their shoulders and shit. It's like they think they are constantly in a like Men's Warehouse commercial. Like that's the vibe I get. Just like with the always have like one button down and they can kind of like do that shit. Misanthropic should imagine the Alex Jones Andrew Tate crossover. That would be. See, you willing that into existence, I fully think it could happen because Alex Jones is a sentient tumor on the American subconscious, but he will literally have anybody on his show who he thinks can get him a little bit wider exposure. So him having one of these chuckle fucks on and being able to like I know exactly how it'd go.
And we're here in the studio with Andrew Tate. Andrew, thank you very much for coming in and joining us while you are being of course, criminally railroaded by the Matrix. They have tried to shut you down for speaking truth, and now they are trying to come after you for having political aspirations. And we know that the deep state is really behind all this.
Like, that's just what it would fucking be. He would just be sucking off these dicks. That, I didn't mean for that to sound that way, but same time it kind of did.
American passports and travel out of the country, that was granted. So, in a nutshell, the situation we're in now is that
see the one button. What I fucking tell you,
Romanian law calls judicial control.
It's a fucking. It's a. There's a preoccupation a certain kind of guy has with the button of a blazer. And I say the button because it's usually just the, like, probably the top one. But it becomes like almost a fidget for them, where they'll just be walking along, button it up, unbutton it, button it up, unbutton it. It's that Men's Warehouse commercial mindset. They are Men's Warehouse commercial pilled, where they will fucking, like, just decide. I don't know why. That's crazy.
Which means that they're expected to collaborate, to participate with that investigation, and eventually, presumably, to stand trial here in Romania on those very serious charges. But the prosecutors have now allowed them to travel back to the United States.
And can you go over the charges that the Tate
Stimming
brothers
for
are actually
ableists is
facing
crazy.
and why they were
Hello,
in
Pup.
Romania in the first place?
Let me see if I can show.
Sure. The Tate brothers first came to Romania, I think it was in 2016. They said then publicly that they felt freer here to do what they liked, to pursue their business. And also part of that business was live online sex chats. And there are allegations against them of, for example, of luring young women to Romania and then coercing them into taking part in making basically online pornography, that this amounts to trafficking. And they're also accused, Andrew Tate is accused also of rape and also of money laundering and forming a criminal organization. So basically, all these activities which Andrew Tate felt he was freer to do here, the Romanians turned around, the Romanian authorities turned around and said, no, this is a law-abiding country. We don't want you doing these things here. These are criminal activities.
I was told when wearing a suit, you're supposed to undo the lower button when you sit down because the suit is able to open over your lap. I mean, yes. Hey. Stop it. Stop. She's completely defluffed another toy that I get to pick up when I'm done with this. Hey, you, okay, do you need to go to kitchen? Do you need to go to puppy prison? Or are you gonna be good? Oh, she is such a little baby.
Here as elsewhere, and that's what launched this sort of more than 2 years.
God, what a
legal
shitty beard
actions against them. It was very interesting, Andrew Tate, in that brief exchange with reporters when he touched down, after he touched down in Florida, saying that there's no active indictment against him. You also mentioned here that this legal case, the judge basically returning the indictment to the prosecution and asking them to rewrite it. It's interesting here in Romania that the rights of the defendants are very...
Rot Guts, somebody asked me what kind of deck box do I use? I use Ultra Pros. I have... Just because I make so many decks, I use Ultra Pro because it allows me to keep them separate and I can identify the box by the deck that I'm making or by the deck that I'm using. So, like, I know... Okay, instead of, you know, because I see people and they have like a deck box and it's like, you know, oblong and it has 3 decks. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't remember what decks I brought that week. I don't remember what decks I bring. And so it's like, okay, but I know that, okay, so this one has winter on it. This is my Demir, you know, fucking Duskmourn Aether Drift thing. This one has Nelly Borka, so I know it's because that was a Boros deck. This is my Boros Vampires deck. So like that's just kind of how I do it.
Very well developed, whereas the rights of victims.
Oh, the acrylic
are
ones.
less
Yeah,
well
not
developed.
the not the really spendy ones. The ones that are like $5 a piece. Yeah, no. I have never bought a deck box that costs more than $10. I don't have a deck that I'm like, well, my Judith deck is getting up there. My Judith deck is getting up there. I didn't show everybody. How do I do that? What formats do I play? I play some Arena, but I mostly play Commander and then Standard. Or not Standard, Sealed. And I'll do a draft. I'll do like a Chaos draft at my LGS every now and again. If I have nothing better to do with a Tuesday night. Just when they're usually around.
And Tristan Tate's legal team have been working very carefully on these procedural issues in order to build to this moment now where they've been allowed to leave the country.
And back here in the U.S., where they just arrived, we know the Tate brothers have supported President Trump, and their lawyer now works for the DOJ. Is there any indication that their lawyer had anything to do with the travel restriction being lifted and then coming to Florida?
Clearly, there has been pressure, whatever we call it, from the Trump administration. We know that Richard Grenell, Donald Trump's special envoy, had conversations with the Romanian foreign minister in the corridors of the recent Munich Security Conference and raised the issue of the Tates. We also know there were private contacts. The Financial Times newspaper listed some of the contacts between the US administration and the Romanian government. The Romanian government then denied that this amounted to a demand from the US government, but as a key US ally here in Europe, a key NATO member, Romania clearly did feel under pressure and seem to have given in to the pressure now, notwithstanding the fact, of course, that the Tates say that they hope to be cleared one day by a Romanian court, and they seem to have given some
Sorry, give me a second, y'all.
that we haven't seen anything.
While
in
we're on the
writing
subject
that
of
they
magic,
will return to Romania.
I wanted to show off real quick. I made so for those who don't know, I make proxies. Let's see, fit to screen. There we go. For those who don't know, I make my own proxies. And this one is not the one I actually wanted. Where the fuck is that one? Where the hell is that? I don't even know. Video? No. No, huh. Yeah, I can't find the original version. Well, I had two other versions. I have a colored version. Did I put it in? Sorry, now I have to look for it. Because I made this proxy for a friend, and this is based on the magic card, the Fallout magic card. And so I made all of this for a friend's birthday, because it's one of their favorite commanders. Did I put it in NAR? But I want to show off actually super cool version I did. Where the hell would I have put that? I just printed it off. I just made... Huh. That is... Alright, well, I guess I'll show that off later. Yeah, that's. But anyway, I made this obviously based on like 1950s like advertisements, and it's set in the Fallout universe, but it is made into the shape, the vague outline. You know what? People follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter. I'll show off what I do there. And then those who haven't seen it, I also did an altar of my favorite commander. And I made both of these. Like, by the way, I did not use any AI. I completely made these. Obviously, the art is usually compiled from other things, but this Judith is my fucking favorite. I love her so much. And I love this art, which was from the Theater of Horrors card, and I just found a really high quality scan of it. So yeah, I am. Look, I have way too many hobbies as it is. And I'm starting off just making like some altars for myself and friends to use, but I'm seriously considering like actually ordering proper cardboard of these and trying to sell them on Etsy. But I don't know how well they would do. And so yeah. Anywho, how did that we were talking about magic. Somebody was talking, or Elena Farrell, hey, how are you doing? Is Amouranth doubling down on Nazi shit? We talked about that at the beginning of the stream. She is, kinda. Like, she's kinda saying, like, she basically said, hey, I get why the Germans did what they did. Like, that was, in so many words, that was what she said. She started off saying, like, yeah, I know what happened to the Jews and the Holocaust was bad. And then she's like, but at the same time, and it's like, bitch, no, there's no at the same time. What are you talking about? Most expensive card is Pot of Greed, so no money in them at all. Sick, nasty graphic design is my passion. Thank you. There is a Discord. I think it's $3 or more on Patreon. Hey, hi. Everybody say hi to Elaine McLaughlin in the chat, by the way. Trans MMA fighter extraordinaire. Super cool friend of the show, friend of the channel. Go follow her on... I haven't seen her on Blue Sky a lot, but go follow her on Twitter if you're still spending time in Nightmare Housecape. No, we are getting finished talking about the rapist assholes who nobody seems to know why they're in America. I'm willing to bet it has something to do with the Trump administration. Hi, everybody in chat. Okay, she's over on Blue Sky. Is she on YouTube? I don't think so. Yeah, there you go. I mean, not on, she is on YouTube, but she's not on, like, I don't think she has a channel. Yeah, we love Elena around these parts. All right, chat.
Controversial influencers Andrew Tate.
Well, so Coda Anthony, the thing is that I want to say... It's one of those things that I know Trump has talked about before, but I don't know how much he actually knows about the issue. Like, I feel like Barron or Don Jr., one of those idiots, like, whispered in his ear at some point, is like, actually, Andrew Tate's super cool and you should help pardon him. And Trump probably said something in front of cameras like, and we'll, you know, look into it. It's a very tricky situation with Andrew Tate. And, like, some shit like that. So I can't really say for certain that that's what happened. but I think it was something. It seems like something that Trump would have like just waved his hand and been like, yeah, whatever, to some underling who was like, yes, finally I can get the Tate brothers here in America or whatever. But we'll fucking find out eventually. Like, I hope. I do want to talk about, funnily enough. Oh, Violet Christoph. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to talk about. The non-Epstein files. So, alleges FBI agent. That's fucking crazy. Okay. So this is very funny to watch, in the worst way possible. Because what essentially happened is the Trump administration, the most transparent administration in history, as they're labeling themselves, we'll see, has been talking up the release of the Epstein files. Because, of course, like, we're going to get to the bottom of this, and they've been talking up that they're going to declassify everything with 9/11 and JFK. And ever since they talked about this shit, my reaction has been singular. It has been, I'll fucking believe it when I see it, dude. Like, okay. Sure. Whatever. But the way in which this was rolled out has been such a clusterfuck, where they have been teasing it like a cinematic universe. They're rolling it out in phases. A lot of the stuff that's being released is stuff that is either already public knowledge or stuff that's been released before, or it's being released with massive redactions, which is suspect at best. And then the House GOP, let me see if I can... House Judiciary GOP account posts Rickroll instead of Epstein Files link, sparking backlash. If I did not know better, I would say Elon himself did this. Like, I think it speaks to a very specific kind of like boomer humor at the heart of the conservative establishment right now. But the funny part about this was the backlash from conservatives. Because people like Matt Walsh, people like we're very serious about this Epstein thing, and they want to know. Because people like Matt Walsh and people who are on that side of the issue have spent years being like, this is going to be all about how Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Trump is completely innocent. And then the Republicans come out with this thing, and it's a joke to them. These children who were abused, who were trafficked, whose lives were ruined, for wealthy, rich, and powerful people, the kind of people Trump surrounded himself with, many of which who were his friends. And the idea of transparency and justice for those people to the House GOP committee is a joke. Quite literally. That's what they're saying here, very explicitly. It is one of the most obvious times I've seen any government body, any elected representative, anybody laugh in the face of the American people. As a whole, Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. This is the elites, quite literally. The elites, the people running the country, the tech oligarchs, the overseers, laughing at you and laughing at anybody who thought we would see a scrap of accountability. I don't think anybody expected better, but yeah, that's fucking, like, that's rough shit. That's rough shit. Huh! Johan Sakura Blue. I did see. I mean, like, I haven't seen the video itself. I do want to talk about it. right, here we go. So there was that dumb thing. There was the idea that all of these conservative influencers, like there was a whole, I don't remember who, I remember Libs of, Chai Reichik, Libs of TikTok, and a couple other people were there. I don't remember who the other names were. But they basically set up a photo op. The conservative government set up a photo op for the release of the Epstein files that consisted of giving them to people like that were just conservative influencers, which shouldn't be fucking surprising at this point. Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, fucking Pete Hegseth, like all of these people are bought in loyalists whose primary reason for being associated with the Trump admin for getting these positions is just going to bat real hard. There's no actual like qualification there. So it's not surprising that something as sensitive as this would be handed off to Higher Reichik. But what was interesting though is that multiple accounts then shared almost verbatim the exact same messages, calling the Trump administration the most transparent in history, saying that Trump administration most transparent in history, saying that, you know, this is a great day for the American people and all this other stuff, almost like they were guided to do it. Like it came across very much as like, I hope that's in this article, but it came across very much as like a what's the word? Like an advertisement, like a sponsored ad. When sponsors send out ad copy, and a lot of people will like say the exact same thing because it's just that's what's written. I'm being paid to read the ad. Misanthropic, have I seen the Trump Musk feet AI video? I sure have. I wish I didn't. I wish I hadn't. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Nar. No. I don't think it's on one hand you can clap and laugh and be like haha at, you know, any number of things. Like they hacked it in to you know, a government building. That is very funny. On the other hand, no. Gross. All right, Pam Bondi, U.S. Attorney General, has accused federal investigators. So here's the other funny part. I wonder how this is going to go. Because we saw last week. No, I think that was this week. Kash Patel and Elon Musk kind of at odds when Elon Musk said, yes, we are going to send out an email and every government worker needs to write down and say what they've done and why they should keep their job. And Kash Patel was like, sent out an FBI memo being like, don't do that. Another, I don't remember who, it might have been Pam Bondi. Another chief of some kind also went out and like, don't do that. Don't do that. And then Elon came out and like doubled back and he was like, and you know, it was such a simple thing, but this was just a test and we will do it again going forward. And I can only imagine how much friction there is behind the scenes, because it's already come out. Well, here's the thing. Somebody, Yenzo628 saying, well, at least Kash Patel has some common sense. I don't necessarily think it's that. I think it's more that he fucking hates Elon Musk. And a lot of people, I think it's more that people fucking hate Elon Musk. Like that's their impetus for doing or not doing something. I think Steve Bannon has been very public about how much he fucking loathes Elon, which like, it's going to be interesting to see. The reason I bring that up with this Pam Bondi story is that it's going to be interesting to look and see how much this infighting continues, as these government agencies are very obviously being headed up by Trump surrogates, by Project 2025 figureheads, by people who are on board with the quote-unquote Trump agenda. These unabashed loyalists, to a certain point, you cannot say anymore that, like, okay, if all of these offices they're purging DEI, like we talked about earlier, they're purging all those leftist indoctrination or whatever, they're being overseen and guided by these blatantly political forces, where does that leave room for a deep state to thwart them? Because at a certain point, some of them have to come into conflict with the idea that they are just starting to work against each other. And that is, I think, is going to be a fascinating thing to see moving forward. In a public letter, Pam Bondi asked Kash Patel to also investigate why thousands of documents related to the Epstein probe were withheld by the agency. Bondi released the first phase of newly declassified files on Thursday, but it contained no new major allegations against Epstein nor revelations about his associates. It is probably because they're deleting the shit out of those documents. Yeah, people forget who was president when Epstein died. Like, Trump has been able to wrangle his base around the conspiracies with Epstein. It's one of Trump's luckiest, like, happenstances in life that Bill Clinton is also a sex criminal pervert, so that he can constantly throw red meat to his base and target a political enemy at the same time. Like, that's good stuff. Additionally, Bondi directed FBI Director Patel to conduct an immediate investigation. Quote, "You will deliver to me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. In a post on X, Patel said the agency was, quote, entering a new era, one that will be defined by integrity, accountability, and unwavering pursuit of justice. And the first thing they're fucking doing is burying the Epstein files." Oh, this fucking everything. So great. Psycho Salad 665, thank you for $1.99. Pan Bondi's nuts. Ayo, got him. Let's go. There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned, he wrote. Oh. The 10 files include a series of flight logs and a partially redacted contacts list. Bondi was urged by Republican lawmakers to disclose all information about the disgraced financier. Here's the thing. I'm willing to bet a lot of Republican lawmakers, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, are so naive and ill-informed that they legitimately probably think that, like, oh no, like Epstein, it's all going to be Democrats. This is gonna be the final straw in the Democrats' coffin. The final straw, the final nail in the Democrats' coffin. Like, this will be it. Nah. I'm willing to bet, like, the things, if Epstein legitimately had blackmail, which I'm relatively sure he did, the people he had it on and what he had, wild. Yeah, no, here we go. Okay. Handed over the initial batch of 200 files in binders that read the Epstein Files Phase 1 to conservative influencers. The influencers included political commentator Rogan O'Hadley, known as DC Drano, as well as Libs of TikTok creator Chaya Rychik. What, was fucking cat turd busy killing another dog? Limited information in the latest batch of files disappointed some Republicans, including Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who leads the House Republican Task Force on Government Transparency. I nor the task force were given or reviewed the Epstein documents being released today. This is not what we or the American people asked for, and a complete disappointment. Conservative commentator Glenn Beck. Oh my God, this really is like a fucking cinematic universe, dude. Like this is seriously, this is like fucking, like Abomination showing up in Shang-Chi. It's like, where did he come from? Glenn Beck? There's a name I haven't heard in many years. Conservative commentator Glenn Beck wrote, "The Epstein files are a joke. Who is subverting POTUS?" So this is exactly what I'm talking about. You have this government transparency fucking, what is it? The House Republican Task Force on Government Transparency. And instead of talking to the House Republican what the fuck? Task Force. Transforce. Excuse me. House Republican Task Force on Government Transparency. Now I have hiccups. Instead of those people talking to the people actually releasing the documents, the people releasing the documents were A, not in contact with the FBI, who withheld a bunch of documents, and also not in contact with the Government Transparency Task Force, but they were in contact with a bunch of fucking Twitter influencers who just showed up for the fucking photo op. And then you have conservative commentators wondering, hey, who's subverting POTUS? He is. Like, there's a saying, not my circus, not my monkeys. These are all his monkeys. Fucking Project 2025 was just him. You know the barrel of monkeys? And you detangle them? It was just Trump fucking taking a barrel of monkeys and shaking it all over Washington, D.C. This is his entire fucking circus. All of his monkeys. And none of them like each other. And some of them are tangled up with others. And some of them are tangled over here. And some of them aren't talking. If you are wondering who's stopped, what part of the deep state is stopping SCOTUS? Or POTUS. SCOTUS. It's him. He is the one who is appointing all of these high school fucking like drama baiting. The thing is about hiring people who, like Dan Bongino, who's the fucking deputy director now of the FBI, people like Kash Patel, having anybody like fucking Chaya Raichik involved in government to any fucking degree, is that you are talking about people whose first and foremost preoccupation is not civic duty. It is not being a civil servant. It is not being elected to lead. It is not the responsibilities that come with their job. It is partisan popularity. These are people who are more concerned about a book that they'll ghostwrite in 5 years than starving people who can't afford to pay their bills. They are more concerned about whenever everything shakes out with Trump, if they're going to One America News or if they're going to get a spot on Fox, than they are about the price of eggs. So if you're asking yourself, why is everything so fucked up? It's because none of these people were elected with the good of the American people in mind. They were elected to fulfill a partisan agenda. And because Trump, just the absolutely naive dullard he is, he thought that, okay, first time I was around, and people like Bannon and fucking, who's that Nazi fuck? What's his name? Gives me the heebie-jeebies. Chat. Who am I talking about? Miller. Yes. See? You got it. Y'all knew exactly who I was talking about. Stephen Miller and Bannon were big proponents behind the scenes of Trump not relying, because then this was, their entire thing is like, well, what's going to be different between a first term and a second Trump term? And their rebranding was that, okay, the first term, Trump went in and he was surrounded by the deep state, but this time he's going to root them all out. The problem is that you are replacing all of these, even if you accept the argument that Trump's camp made, as far as, okay, this is going to be, we're going to take all these elected bureaucrats, all these career politicians, we're going to replace them with people who are going to do the Trump agenda. You are replacing them with influencers. You are replacing them with people who have no interest outside of the power these positions grant them. So it's not surprising that they are incredibly disorganized, but also that they're probably pretty soon gonna be at each other's fucking throats. I know so many people. I know all of these motherfuckers probably hate seeing Elon Musk around town. Like, I know it. I know it. Anna Kasparian went on Glenn Beck's show recently. Damn. I am constantly fucking constantly on like forgetting Glenn Beck even existed. Like, really. All right, corporate carrots, thank you. Have a good rest of your night. Ciao. Is Anna Kasparian a Star Wars character or not? Yeah, Homelander, you're right. Homelander 9999 saying Bannon and Miller are the only smart ones in that administration. Evil but smart. Yeah, they are. It's a mistake to, like, I legitimately think whatever intelligence Trump had at one point, I think it's been subverted by his age. Like, I don't think he is like truly deeply mentally impaired, but he is not sharp. You can watch him talk now, compare it to 5-10 years ago. He's not what he used to be. Obviously, part of that is age. Part of that is, I think he just doesn't care. Like, I think you see it when he's talking about, like, I talked about when he was talking with Netanyahu about Gaza. Like, you see him, like, he perks up and he gets like a glimmer in his eye when he's talking about fucking real estate. Other shit doesn't really care about. But it would be a mistake to look at the kind of just like lackadaisical slovenliness of Trump and to say, like, oh, well, his entire administration is like that, because it's not true at all. People like Bannon and especially Miller. Bannon is a strategist and a fascist in his own way, but Miller is like, he's Goebbels. Like, he's Joseph Goebbels. Like, that's who he is. He is conniving. He is truly, deeply, honestly evil. He has convictions about his evil in a way nobody else does. Every other one of those people will be like, no, I don't have a problem. I have friends who are Jewish. I have friends who are Mexican. I have this, that, and the other. And they'll walk the party line for as much power as it gives them. Miller, I fully believe he would shoot a child in the head if he thought it meant, like, he would be able to rid the country of anybody who wasn't white-skinned. Like, I have no doubt the evil things he would do. Oh, Jose did a video recently on Glenn Beck's weird YA book. Oh, not the Overton Window. I read the Overton Window when I was in middle school. Was it it wasn't the Overton Window. Was that YA? I don't think it was YA. Was it? But there's a video I've been meaning to make for a while. Where I've wanted to dig into, and I don't know how well I would do, but like the history of the conservative undercurrent of like trying to claim a slice of pop culture, because it's been something since the early 2000s. But it was really started, like all the things you see, and I mean, I did something on Bent Key and that fucking dumbass Chip Chilla nightmare, but you see it in things like Bent Key, in things like Daily Wire's continued pathetic attempts. But it really started with people like Glenn Beck and also Rush Limbaugh. Like Rush Limbaugh had an entire slew of like Rush Limbaugh teaches history, where this, you know, fucking smoker voiced fuck tells kids about how you know, Squanto actually sat down with the pilgrims and gave them their that showed them how to make maize, and it was called corn. It's like, yeah, it's PragerU kid shit, really. How do you like my Rush Limbaugh? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Remember when that dumb fuck got like a Congressional Medal of Freedom? Well, like Congressional Medal of Freedom from Life, bitch. Hey. Bow, bow, bow. Yeah, I saw Rush's kids' books in PA. Yeah. Yeah. Rush Limbaugh's funeral has Elton John there for some reason. Probably to piss on his grave. Rush Limbaugh was a seriously evil person. I was actually thinking about this the other day because I saw that there's a tweet that goes around every now and again where it's like nobody fucking thinks about or remembers Rush Limbaugh. Like he had no, you know, lasting impact on culture outside of just spreading hate and indoctrination. It's true. But I was thinking about oh god, I feel like I can't even say it. When and here's the thing, Rush Limbaugh really was the person moving the Overton window. Like for a good decade or so, past 9/11, there was the huge jingoistic push of military American propaganda and American pop culture. Like that's undebatable. You had militarism and depicting the military as like awesome and cool and badass in everything from fucking, you know, Transformers to Call of Duty, and these major cultural forces with very little introspection as the war in the Middle East was raging. Very little introspection, very little criticism. Outside of when you did get criticism or critique insofar as there was any public introspection about the war, it was through the lens of shit like Zero Dark 30 or what was the one, The Hurt Locker or American Sniper, where it is this kind of now very hackneyed, very tired examination of like trauma. Like, look at how traumatized they are for, you know, having to maybe, do I choose to kill this child or not? Like that kind of shit. But Rush Limbaugh, outside of that kind of broad jingoism that is just commonplace now among the conservative right, Rush Limbaugh was pushing the culture war with a viciousness, a veracity that nobody else really had. Like, he was so blatantly racist, so blatantly homophobic, and virulently just awful as a person, that he carved out an entire niche to make that acceptable. It's not surprising to me that Trump would then give him that honor, because he was so, like, okay, I think I've done this before. I think I've looked at this one before, because if people weren't there, they don't remember. if you were not, and this was like 2007, 2008. This was Rush Limbaugh's show. This was the kind of dog shit he would put out and his audience would praise and love. I'm going to listen to it, and I need you to understand, like, again, what the climate was like. Because remember, like, think of this time period, right? Remember at the beginning of the stream, I talked about how the Republican Party has changed so much, specifically in the last 10 to 15 years, from somebody like John McCain. And one of the great, measures of John McCain's fortitude that people like to point out was the time where there was a woman in a town hall meeting when they were on the campaign trail. McCain was running against Obama, and the lady said, "Well, he's a Muslim," and McCain said, "No, madam, he's a good, honorable family man." Blah, blah, blah. And you can look at that and be like, okay, well, yeah, still fuck John McCain for XXX and X, but you need to understand that was the political acceptable tenor for a Republican to take. That was what the grand old party, the party of Lincoln. They all wanted to be like that level of aspiration to political decorum, to tradition, to values. And then you had people like Rush Limbaugh, who were feeding the outrage machine. Alex Jones was doing this shit at the same time. And the other side of the coin, by the way, the person who really, I think, set the stage for Daily Wire was Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck was a whole other fucking can of worms, because he really tried. He had this weird fucking fixation with Orson Welles. Again, people don't remember this shit. Glenn Beck is kind of just off to the side now. Like, I was legit shook when I saw Glenn Beck's fucking name being mentioned on the FBI Pam Bondi story. Like, who fucking remembers Glenn Beck? I thought he got lost in his sweater closet. But for a while, when Glenn was trying to essentially do what Daily Wire did, which is why I've never been too terribly worried about Daily Wire's aspirations to be like a big content house or whatever. It's because, like, people have tried this shit before. People have tried being like, no, we're gonna, well, Glenn Beck arguably did it way fucking worse because he had like a stage show. And does anybody remember the Christmas shoes? Was it the Christmas shoes or the Christmas sweater? Christmas shoes? Christmas sweater? What the fuck am I thinking of? Sweater. There's something with the sweater. Also, hi Ryan, how are you doing? If you're still watching. I hope you're still watching. Yeah, what the fuck was it? It was... No, y'all are thinking of, you're getting George Orwell and Orson Welles confused, but I understand the confusion. Yeah, the Christmas sweater, that's what it was. Oh god, I bet we could find a fucking funny video about the Christmas sweater. Maybe I'll do one for Christmas. Yeah, the Christmas sweater was such dog shit. But no, like, Glenn Beck had a fucking stranglehold on the pocket dimension market of conservative, like, airport terminal books. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Like, wherever. Does anybody else have this experience where you go over to like a grandparent's house or something and they always have like a new fucking hardcover tome with like the Costco sticker still on? With the Costco sticker still on it, but it's like, it's the new fucking, like, oh, Bill O'Reilly's still breathing. How do I know? They have a fucking book by him right here. Some fucking, like, Killing Lincoln or whatever the fuck. Yeah, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Glenn Beck was the fucking patron saint of that shit. He was the tip of the spear on the go out, buy my books, and you can support, we need to fight the liberal, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, this is the kind of heinous shit that people like Rush Limbaugh, and I want you to remember, again, sorry, I'm prefacing this a lot, but we were just talking about John McCain, the aspirational standard of decorum that Republicans would profess to at the time, at least publicly, the party line. Now, I want you to listen to this and think, how surprised would you fucking be if Elon Musk put something like this on Twitter about Biden, about AOC, about any of that shit? If Trump shared something like this on his Twitter. And I want you to use that as a guide stone for how far the Overton window has actually shifted. Gotta find a Glenn Beck audiobook CD set in your parents' car center console. That's too real. That's so fucking real. All right, let's go.
The right-wing talk show host Rush Limbaugh is coming under criticism for airing a song about Democratic presidential hopeful Barack Obama called Barack the Magic Negro. The song is played on Limbaugh's program in recent weeks.
Here we go. This is Paul Shanklin as Al Sharpton about Barack Obama.
Barack, the magic Negro, lives in D.C. The LA Times, they call him that cause he's not authentic like me. Yeah, the guy from the LA paper said he make guilty whites feel good. They'll vote for him and not for me cause he's not from the hood.
Senator Obama was given Secret Service protection last week in part due to threatening messages posted on white supremacist websites.
Doesn't even fucking slap. Shit doesn't even slap. Also, it's not that they did not play the whole thing, obviously. No, it was a full song, by the way. And Rush would play it multiple times. Like, he would play the whole fucking thing. Oh, God. I fucking... Yeah, no, it's fucking... It's wild to see. Like, this was so... It was so wildly racist that even as a kid, I was like... When I, had to listen to Russian shit, I was like... I don't think you can do this. Like, I was like 15. No, I had to have been, when would that be? God damn. I would have been 12. I would have been 12 or 13. Just like telling Rush Limbaugh, you can't say that, white baby. That's fucking crazy. What a nightmare country. What a nightmare country. I don't think you're supposed to do this. Yeah, no, it was a whole song. It was a whole song. It was yeah. Make a house remix. You know the really fucking yes, Glenn did write a book called The Overton Window. Go, I believe Jose did a video about it. I think we were just talking about that earlier. I read, because remember, I was in the thralls of like being a libertarian when I was in middle school, 12 or 13. Unironically, because of my not ultra, but like really conservative family, they really pushed me into giving a fuck about politics at an age when nobody else did. So like, because I am ADHD, it very much was like a hyper specific, it was like one of my special interests. It was like a hyper fixation. And so I would pour over these fucking tomes from Glenn Beck and like just filled with the most dog shit, poor argumentation. But I hung on to that shit because it was all I really knew of like politics and certainly of a wider world beyond my fucking conception. And so like this shit was like real to me. And no, I read the Overton Window book. And I remember blazing through it in like a day or two because I used to be a voracious fucking reader, which is I am glad I've gotten back to reading actually as an adult. I forget reading can be so fun, so relaxing. But I used to in middle school I used to go through. Do y'all know the Legacy of the Force books, which were these thick ass New York Times? They were great fucking series. Oh, I loved it. Fucking Jason Solo going to the dark side, Jaina Solo going to meet up with Boba Fett to learn how to hunt down her dark side brother. cinema. So fucking good. God damn. Anyway, I used to read those. There was, I think I've told this story before, where I got in trouble for doing something I very much didn't do, just because I was sitting with some kids, and so like, there was an entire week where my teacher made me sit out of the art class for whatever reason, but I would just read those books, and there was like one day where I fucking read through an entire book. They were thick fucking, like they were tomes. But yeah, I remember feeling like reading that Overton Window book and just being like, I guess, like, whatever. It was so, go watch. Watching Jose's video on it brought back a lot of it, because there were so many, it was so weird. Like Glenn Beck and Alex Jones. Alex Jones does this too. But they have this, I don't even, know how to describe it. They have this weird attachment. Both of them do. They have this weird attachment to the Star Wars prequels, which, like, at the time for Glenn Beck, 2007, 2008, you're talking about peak time for being like, well, the fucking prequels, blah, blah, blah. Like you were talking peak prequel hater hours. And Glenn Beck was out here writing books where, like, referencing the Star Wars prequels were integral to the plot. That is true. There are integral plot points in that stupid fucking book that have to do with knowing shit about the Star Wars prequels. It's, oh, man. And now these kind of people, like, run shit, dude. I can't fucking believe this. I can't fucking believe this. Somebody said, do people hate black people that much? I mean, like, it depends on where you are, but there are, like, racists. I guess I don't understand the question, Dale, over on Twitch. It's like, I feel like I have, I feel like I've covered a lot of racist people. I feel like I've covered enough people to, like, we were just talking about Stephen Miller, so, like, oh, the Star Wars, it's so cringe. It's so cringe and dumb. Yeah, man. God, if I could go back and talk to my middle school self, that would be a fucking trip. I think about that a lot. Well, not a lot. I think about that every now and again. I'm like, man, I've always kind of thought that, actually. Like, I remember even in high school being like, man, it would be fucking crazy if I could, like, time travel and go talk to, like, a kid version of myself and be like, yo, you're gonna grow out of bionicles. And now I would be like, I would go back to my high school version of myself and be like, yo, you're gonna get back into bionicles. Have I watched the movie My Old Ass? No. That doesn't sound good, though. It sounds real bad. That sounds real bad. Have to go. Have a great rest of your evening, Homelander. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful time. Yeah, Dale, did you ever get back to me? What are you doing? You got ear itches? I wish I could lift her up to show you, because she's so cute. She is a little chonk. She's a little heckin'... She's a little heckin' chonker. She's a little heckin' chonker dog. Who's Amouranth? Amouranth is... Should I just do like an 8-hour stream and just go over everything again? Do you think anybody would watch? Some people probably would. Yeah, well, so I don't want to... I don't think I called Amouranth the Nazi, but she is a... she did say that she gets, quote unquote, understands why the Nazis did what they did to Jewish people. Like, we watched the video of her earlier being like, yeah, I understand why it's bad, but, like, at the same time, I kind of get it. And it's like, girl, you just both sides the Holocaust. What the fuck? But yeah, also apparently she gave alcohol to her cat. Which sucks. She's hot. It's a shame. She's an awful person. There's a lot of hot, awful people. Like, I'm sorry. But you know what? There's also a lot of hot, not awful people. And that's more important. You can be stupid hot and not terrible. And that's what you should choose to be. Go follow Cybertwink on Twitter. Go follow Cybertwink and Autumn Ivy. Alinity. No, you're right. That was the cat thing. I need 6 eggs. Thank you for following. Unfortunately, the price of those eggs is through the roof these days. mbear86, I think I remember you from Behind the Bastards. I've never been on Behind the Bastards. I would love to, though. I was on God Awful Movies. You might remember me from God Awful Movies. I also... I am actually talking to Garrison from Cool Zone Media about being a guest on a podcast I'm starting with a friend. So I'm not writing it out. It was, speaking of podcasts though, Western Kabuki. It was a weird moment in Western Kabuki, which is a great fucking podcast. If you follow like Juniper or any of them on social media, on Twitter, they have the podcast is good stuff. But it's one of those things where I forget that I'm like kind of part of this ecosystem now, where I had a tweet that kind of went viral about Elon Musk, where somebody in here, I actually have to blame chat in here, where somebody in here said that, like, hey, do you think Elon is having so many kids so he can put his like brain in a clone body one day? And I just said that on Twitter. I was like, I haven't stopped thinking about this because I can absolutely see it happening. And it went somewhat viral. And then I was listening to Western Kabuki, and a bunch of people there were, or like 2 or 3 people were like, yeah, I don't remember who it was from or where I saw the tweet, but did you see that tweet talking about Elon like putting his brain in his kid's body? And I was like, that's me. You're forgetting me. It was very odd. I forget that like people see my stuff then. Banana Brains YYZ. Well then, after doing some research, I agree with DD. Go follow Cybertwink. Yeah, it's all capital Cybertwink. Go say hi to Chris for me. Tell him I sent you. Who's a pastel goth? J.K. Rowling? What? What the hell are you talking about? Amouranth isn't even that pretty. She just looks like an e-girl J.K. Rowling. She got... Well, I had another tweet that kind of popped off where I was talking about Amouranth looking like she's metamorphosing into fucking Asmon. Like, she really did. I was mentioned by Sophie on Behind the Bastards for infiltrating CPAC. When? Do you know what episode? I would love to hear it. I love when people talk about me. What episode? Was it recent? And now people fucking tell me. Oh, I see. I get mentioned on some more news and people tell me right away, but I get mentioned on Behind the Bastards. Nobody tells me. I wonder if Robert recognized me. I was mentioned on some more news last year when they were doing a piece on Daily Wire and brought up how my fucking Lady Ballers review got shit canned by their Google stuff. What episode were you on in GAM? I was on an episode last month where we talked about the critically acclaimed film Disciples in the Moonlight. What a fucking thing. What are the runes on my chest? They say, oh, wrong side. They say be just, and I understand they're not incorrect. Entirely correct runic scripts. I know that. But yeah. It's a reference to my favorite Kafka story. I had fucking somebody. I wonder if other people saw that, the interaction with somebody. We're just kind of wrapping up and bullshitting here, but I wonder if people remember the there was somebody who I called Amouranth a bug person because I mentioned her metamorphosing into Asmon, who is like a cockroach gestation point at this point. And somebody said, don't be... And I feel like they were trolling me, but I went to their page and they didn't look like a troll, but they were like, you shouldn't be racist to Asians like that. Because I said bug person. And I was like, I literally mentioned Kafka in the tweet. I was like, I mentioned Kafka. Like that's what it was a reference to. And I told that person to crack a book. And the response to that was, did you just really tell a black person to crack a book? And I'm like, if that's a troll, great job. If that's a genuine person, they gotta be trolling. They gotta be, because it was about calling Amouranth an Asian person. I had to look up because I was looking at pictures of her and I'm like, is she like maybe a little bit? She just looks like a white lady to me, but like maybe that's my fault. I looked it up and it's like, no, her name is Kaylee and she's like 100% white. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Her name is Kaylee though, which is very fitting, I guess. I'm 75% sure it was a Vance McMahon episode you were mentioning. I will have to... I wonder if that was before or after I interviewed Robert for the video about the former Nazis. Patron link, random hunter, Chud Logic. Who's Chud Logic? Do I know Chud Logic? Is Chud Logic? I can never tell if are they a dork or are they a dweeb? Z-list streamer. That sounds about right. 49k subscribers. Oh, hey, he calls Dr. Disrespect a nonce. All right. He doesn't like Destiny. Okay, I'm liking this guy, unfortunately. There's gonna be a... What's the hookup here? What's the... Dorkish used to be a Destiny orbiter. Okay. Put the fries in the bag, the little bread tuber. When did he fucking... What did he talk about me? What did I have, Oh, wait. Chud Loggers is a streamer who started making fun of Chuds and then kind of became one himself, especially with his... What did he say about Finn? Good night, Coda. I can't tell where this guy is coming from. This is such a weird, like... mix. The god of gay porn. I'm rape fetish from anime. See, like, this is why I don't do this. This is why I don't do this drama channel shit. Is I can't be fucking around with people who know a person who has a robot avatar and they have voice calls where they have fetish I can't. I'm just gonna be like a normal person, just going in other influencers' DMs. Like, I'm just gonna be as relatively normal. I mentioned that you write fiction a few streams ago. Do you have anything posted online? I have my game. Excuse me. I've showed off my video game before. I made this. God, this has got to be coming up on 10 years old. No. 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Okay. 5. Yeah, so about 5 years. That's still fucking crazy. Post a bunch of posts from suspended accounts. But no, I have a video game that you can go play on Itch.io. What was the other? I had a short story. I've read my Gamera short story that I had published in a fanzine. Yeah. I have some other stuff. Do you want to talk about the economic blackout? We talked a lot about losing hope and what do we do, and there's a very dipping your toes in form of activism. Yeah, the economic blackout, I'm actually not sure, just because I kind of stay home anyway. Nationwide blackout on Friday catches on in Chicago. 24-hour. Ooh. Targets to bear the brunt of the economic blackout with 40-day fast to follow. Fucking good. Let Target feel the pain. And I feel like my general consensus is always, because I live downtown, right? So, and there aren't a lot of, like, there's a mall nearby, but there's not a lot of big stores. And so, like, the places I go for things, like, are locally owned chains and stuff. Like, I have a bodega that's like 2 blocks away. That's where I get most of my energy drinks and like snacks and stuff. Like, if you ever see me drinking an energy drink or Celsius or whatever, I walk down to the bodega and get it. I get some fruit when I'm there. There's a locally owned grocery store chain nearby. I get like chicken and salad there. Well, for today, we're supposed to abstain from purchasing things, especially from big businesses. Yeah, let me see.
I'm very politically active.
Friday! 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 A nationwide economic blackout unfolded Friday, meaning no gas, no online shopping, no purchases, unless essential or small business. Some around the Tampa Bay area participated.
So I haven't shopped. I haven't been anyplace. I do plan on patronizing a couple of Black businesses this evening.
Social media showed people around the country joining in the national boycott of major corporations and chains, a grassroots protest against corporate profit, high prices, recent political decisions, and the elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to follow federal executive orders.
It means no more funding for illegal DEI programs. It means no more funding for the Green New scam.
The end of DEI programs is why community leaders like NAACP Hillsborough County President Yvette Lewis joined the boycott.
It is for veterans. It is for disabled people. It is for everyone to be included or to even have an opportunity to walk through the door.
Now, 24 hours may not seem like much.
And big box stores aren't going anywhere, right? This isn't going to put them out of business.
But economics professor Michael Snipes says about 70% of the American economy is personal consumption. And he says there's historic precedent of voting with your dollars.
And I do think it's a little bit different because it does seem to be crossing political differences. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the coming weeks.
For some, a one-day boycott is all it takes to gain momentum.
Yes, it's the corporate speak, which is money. So we do that, and we will get their attention.
The USF economics professor tells us the flip side to long-term economic boycotts is corporations laying off workers to make up for those losses. There are more economic...
I want to read this Forbes, if it doesn't cut me off, about the 40-day fast. Black faith leaders call for a 40-day Target fast to coincide with Lent. Oh, I love that. Dialed back its... I love that. Target has become a particular focus as the NAACP and Black faith and civil rights leaders call it out after it dialed back its pro-diversity, equity, and inclusion policies this year, including ending its racial equity action and change, or REACH program, initiatives, and evolving its supplier diversity program that supported Black-owned business partners. Hell yeah. This is what have I fucking been saying about intersectionality? What have I been saying about the interconnectedness of queer people, people of color, people of lower economic brackets? It is rings within rings within rings. Love this. Target fast, singled out by the consumer activist movement because it has retreated from its pro-DEI policies after being considered one of the most progressive companies in America. I love that. Quote, the greatest insult comes from Target, which pledged to spend over $2 billion with Black-owned businesses by the end of 2025, only to find out that Target stopped the program at the start of the year. Black people spend over $12 million a day at Target, Reverend Bryant said on the targetfast.org website. Yeah. That is not a bad way. I would look up and see if you can keep going with that, because I think that's a fucking fantastic... I think that's really awesome, honestly. 40 days, especially to Target. And I'm not somebody that I'm already in danger of that, because I don't really go to Target much. I don't have a car. I'm not near a Target. This is not for me. This is for everybody else. Because I know there are probably people who do most of their shopping at Target, who have family members who go to Target. But yeah, it is imperative on a lot of people to support smaller businesses, to support local businesses, to help those. Because, here's the thing. It is by and large probably going to be a little bit more expensive to support those local businesses, whether it's a local restaurant, local bookstore, local whatever. But if you truly want to see those businesses stay open right now, you have to put that little bit of extra money towards it. And it fucking sucks. I've already this year, two of my favorite stores downtown just couldn't keep the doors open. And that sucks. But yeah. Any Hoosers. We are gonna go over and hang out with... Oh, yeah. Damn, you got kind of a good rogues gallery tonight. But we're gonna go raid Riverboat Jack. I love y'all, chat. I'm gonna go. I might take some pictures in a Virgin Killer sweater that somebody sent me from Throne. Since I'm kind of liking my makeup look. But I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your nights. Don't forget to like the channel, like and subscribe. Keep an eye out for new videos and such. Go to the Patreon. I need money. I need money.